trophy. We will be taking
I don't think anyone's traveled as far as
France. Anyone in from France?
Here we go. Anyone from Germany? Sweden? What? So if you've got a flag, hold it up for me. And then we'll do the flag test. What flag's that? Switzerland! There we go. Excellent. Well, we are going to get started. Our first event starts at 3 p.m. We're going to get our kids out a couple of minutes before. And we're going to get cracking. We want to give them a massive
This is how we like it. This is how we like it.
London, England, the final stop for semifinals in Europe here in week number 4. The next batch of athletes prepare to compete for their chance at a spot at the CrossFit Games. Day 1 of competition here at the CrossFit Strength and Depth at the Excel London. Thank you so much for joining us. Tommy Marquez alongside Mads Jacobson. And Mads, with so many different storylines to talk about on day number 1, what are some headlines that really grab you?
Well, I mean, the men and the women, it's going to be a dogfight. There are so many established athletes who are going to have to go out there and do what they've always done before, but there are a lot of athletes who've been on the bubble for a couple of years, and they've had 2 years of hiatus kind of thing to kind of sharpen their tool set. Looking forward to seeing that.
And this may be the first year at being a semifinal for Strength and Depth, but it has a long history as a competition. For more on that, let's send it down to a third member of our broadcast partner, Bibba Mastodder.
Strength and Depth has been evolving since it was founded back in 2014. It started as a team event with teams of 12, known as Strength and Depth Origins, but 5 years later they got the opportunity to throw a sanctional event. They didn't want to disrupt the team event, so they launched a new event with elite individuals and elite teams called CrossFit Strength and Depth. And Tommy, I don't know about you, but I recognize this guy.
I don't know. He does look a little familiar. It looks like maybe a champion, if you will.
Well, it's been a while, and I was not a champion. I was the mascot, if anything.
I don't know, Mads. You look great out there. Taking a look at the men's side and the competition there's some opportunity for some athletes to maybe establish themselves as perennial games athletes.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm going to be looking at André Hodier. He went to the games last year, and I think everybody kind of noticed him for some great lifting at the games. He had a great outing, and I think that opened people's eyes. Now, he's kind of been floating under the radar, though. I think those days are over. I think what he needs to do now is go out and cement himself as one of the top players in Europe.
Yeah, had a tremendous run at the games last season. Now, looking at the women's side, there are some big names in the field. Who are a few women that you expect to maybe lead from the front?
I'm looking to Katarzyna Tanya. I want to see her go out there and do a great job. I mean, she's been a great athlete, part of the community for so long, 9 times at the games. 6 out of those times she's ended up in the top 5, which is insane. And I had a little chat with her yesterday, and she looks fired up, so she really wants to go. So yeah, I'm looking for big things from Katarzyna Tanya.
And then another athlete that maybe had a strong performance so far this competition, leading into this competition, is Emma McQuaid.
Emma McQuaid has been doing great. I mean, she had a great season last year. We're kind of looking forward to seeing what happens now with live competition. In the Open, she was 2nd in Europe. In the qualifiers, 2nd in Europe. I'm looking for Emma McQuaid to go out there and, once again, position herself as well.
She has had a tremendous year so far. Taking a look at the teams, though, we talked about this yesterday. Really, it's one team and everybody else, and it's the runners-up from last year at the games.
But it is. I mean, we can't not talk about Oslo. I mean, they were an amazing team last year. One male athlete has been replaced, so Marius has now gone individual. He was on the introduction a little bit earlier, and when they were going through the workouts, and I was like, you're in the team now. No, it's Nikolai Bilodal now who's in the team, and that's not necessarily a bad thing for them. They were great to start with. I think they may have gotten better.
Crazy to see a second-place finisher at the game improve from year to year. This is your schedule on day number 1 here at Strength and Depth. The teams are going to lead it off in event number 1, followed by the women, then the men. We're going to rinse and repeat as we reset for event number 2 to close out day number 1. And the first event that will be leading it off for the teams here at Strength and Depth at the Excel London. We're going to go long, Mads. This first event, titled Inferno, is presented by Monster Hydro.
Well, the Inferno is going to be an interesting thing to watch. It is the male-female pair that starts share a 2,000-meter run, then onto a 1,200-meter row, then 300 double unders. After that, female pair, or the male-female pair number 2, will do the same thing. So 2,000-meter run, 1,200-meter row, 300 double unders. The thing is, as soon as the first pair comes off of the run, second pair is allowed to enter the field.
And this is your start list for heat number 1 of the teams. A couple of recognizable affiliates in the field. Who are you watching?
Butcher's Lab. I want to see Butcher's Lab. Well, we're off, and there's a time cap of 25 minutes. Now, I don't think a lot of the teams are going to need all of those 25 minutes, but what's going to be really interesting is to see how do they attack this. And like we talked about, Butcher's Lab, I'm looking forward to seeing them right here in the middle of your screen. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they tackle this. Now, they're from Copenhagen. They're from a box that has had individual athletes. Frederick Egidio started out there. They've had team athletes that did really, really well as well. So they're kind of raised in a competitive environment.
Yeah, Butcher's Lab, a longtime competitor in the Affiliate Cup competition, have put multiple teams at the games as this first mixed gender pairing is tackling the 2,000-meter run on the assault runner. Mads, what are some things that we're looking at here as far as trying to set the pace for the pair that's waiting still at the start mat?
Exactly. I mean, what they need to do is they need to remember it's not a long event for the individual athlete. There's actually several sprints that you need to go out there and execute. I think we're already seeing a lot of the teams on the first switch, and that's exactly what we're going to need from them.
It's kind of a cruel joke to have that other team just sitting there waiting in the back while the other team really pours it in on the assault runner. That's a couple of recipes for success for you on this event.
Well, I think if you want to do well at this event, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to manage the sprints. What I mean by that is you need to know when you start dropping off speed and then allowing the fresher athlete onto the field. Smart switches, same thing there. You need to switch and you need to be efficient in the switches because there's a lot of time to be lost, not as much to be won. So that's where you're going to lose the event. And the second or the last one is clear the path. Make sure that your good athletes get out there and clear the field so that they can release the second pair so they don't have to stand around and wait.
We're already seeing a few teams start to make some of those smart switches, if you will. Once this first pair gets off the runner, they will proceed to the 1,200-meter row. They'll release the pair behind them, and in each step of the way, as Mads previously mentioned, you will not be able to progress if you're the second pairing until the team in front of you has finished the station.
Exactly, and I mean, and that's kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier, and what I think is going to be a huge factor in this event is whether you're able to manage those transitions right there, and also allow the second pair onto the floor. I mean, you don't want them standing around for too long. You know, we were talking to Ollie Mansbridge, he was saying when they did this event, the thought was basically that the row and the double unders was going to take as long as it did for the first team to finish the run.
You see the teams from CrossFit Whittam and CrossFit Bladen. I believe that's Tony Hood, and looks like Lindsay Hicks on the runner there. This feels like an event that you want to lead with strength. At least get that first fast team out there and kind of clear the path.
Definitely, but the interesting thing is I was talking to some of these athletes in the warm-up, and it's very dependent on how the team is constructed. Now, do you want somebody to go out there, is it a powerful athlete? Do you want them to go out there and sprint for 30 seconds and get as far as they possibly can? Is it more of an endurance athlete, slightly slower pace, but stay on there for a minute? So is it for time? Is it for effort? What is it that they're looking for?
As you see, Mads Erding from Butcher's Lab BL. They're one of two teams that were supposed to compete here. Unfortunately, the other team had to drop out due to injury, but the crew from Copenhagen, Denmark, putting in some serious mileage on that assault runner.
I think they're doing a great job, and I mean, one of the things that I'm looking at if I see somebody on the assault runner is I want to see relaxed shoulders, I want to see a relaxed jawline, I want to see a bending of the knee and then throwing the lower leg forward. As soon as that leg stops bending, you typically have an athlete who's frying out their hamstrings, and remember, we do have a little bit of a row afterwards coming up.
You see Tobias Bird and Ray Christensen hamming it up for the camera there just a little bit. We're almost to the 4-minute mark here. We have yet to see a team with their hand up, as multiple teams starting to make the switch here. Interesting that we would lead with the long event this weekend. A lot of teams that we talked to really excited to get this one out of the way.
I'd say probably all of the ones I talked to were like, yeah, I just need to get this out of the way. And nobody was willing to put their team on the line and go, yeah, that's the one we're going to crush.
Mads, you've coached some teams before. You know, what does this pair feel as they stand on the start line? Is there anxiety? Is there anxiousness? Just kind of waiting to get going?
It's a lot of anxiety, and it's a lot of, you know, looking at the other pair, whether they're sticking to the game plan or not, and that's obviously great, but you can't really do anything off of the side. So what I would love to see from the athletes out there is that they stay ready, they stay warm, they stay alert, so you don't have somebody that drops who jumps in there and gets on the assault runner and then gets themselves in trouble. Now in lane number 1, we have the judge's hand already in the air. That is from CrossFit Whittam.
It looks like Lindsay Hicks will be the athlete to bring it home on CrossFit Whittam. They're the first team with their hand in the air. You can really see the extended stride there. There's a few other teams. No other team with their hand up. We're just past 5.5 minutes here in this 25-minute time cap.
And really interesting to see, she's going really, really, really fast. I mean, she's got a great stride, which is awesome. But I mean, the thing is that she's going really fast, so she's going for those sprints that we were talking about before. The male athlete wasn't sprinting the same way.
And it looks like Whittam in lane number 1 and Surbiton Motion training all the way down in lane number 8. Excuse me, lane 4 as well. North Engine CrossFit, the pairing of Vera Koskelainen. It looks like Nestori Newtonen also getting to the rower as well, as now multiple teams have joined on the second portion of this workout, the 1,200-meter row, releasing that second male-female pairing onto the runner.
Exactly, and the interesting thing is that these athletes, some of the competitions we've had in the past, athletes will not have been able to expose themselves to the stimulus that they're going to see on the floor. Now they've had plenty of time to do so. So there's a definite game plan, and now you need to know how long are we going to spend on the run, because you want to be getting right off the run and then onto the rower and not have to wait, but you also don't want to get people off the rower onto the jump ropes and then just, you know, have way too much left on the run.
And the right part of your screen in the black shirts and the gray headband, Vera Koskelainen, she was the first athlete to switch out on this rower on the 1,200-meter row. The other teams so far choosing to maybe chew up a little bit larger chunks with their male athlete. You see the team from CrossFit Whittam, Patrick Ford and Lindsay Hicks making the switch.
So I think this is lane 4 right now, so we're looking at the North Engine CrossFit right there. We saw the screen. She's rowing at a split of 142, 143. Now that's not going to be sustainable over a longer period of time, but it is exactly what you kind of need, that lighter and usually shorter female athlete to go out there and deliver.
You see Nestori Newtonen from North Engine CrossFit making the switch and hopping on the rower.
Now the funny thing is, he's probably, I don't know, but he's probably going at approximately the same speed, but it's so much less power is put into each stride. He's a little bit taller, a little bit heavier, and has a stronger pull. And there you have it again, it's in lane number 1, so that's CrossFit Whittam who just changed. And you saw once again, female athlete going out there and just sprinting. It's virtually a sprint. Male athlete gets on there, tries to maintain the same pace, but he needs to remember that she needs to get fresh again before she gets onto the rower, so he can't go too fast.
And Matt, 1,200 meters, that's kind of an in-between range. We're used to seeing 500, 1,000, maybe 2K. Is there a set amount that you're going to split it up between each athlete?
It's either that or time, and it kind of depends on what kind of athlete you have out there. If you have a reasonably good rower, then you can usually go for time and then say this is the split we're aiming for. Otherwise, you'd say, you know, I'm going to do 30 seconds, close my eyes, and Hail Mary it from there on.
And you can see lane 4, North Engine CrossFit. On your right-hand side, Vera Koskelainen and Nestori Newtonen on the rower. On the left-hand side, I believe that's Iris Rosenloff. She is on the runner. She's paired up with Charlie Hodge, the two of them trying to tackle that 2K on the assault runner.
I think it's interesting to see the different techniques on the rower. How comfortable are you with the rower? How much time have you spent? And not just that, have you learned how to use the rower? So several judges now have their hand in the air. This is lane number 8. Yeah, lots of them.
It looks like North Engine CrossFit, Butcher's Lab, center of your screen. Handful of teams all with their hands in the air now towards the back half. Look like Surbiton Motion training, athlete with the long hair, white shirt, gray shorts, all the way top of your screen. They were the first to get their hand up. At this point, Matt, it seems like you don't need to pay attention per se to the other teams as long as you get out of the way for the team that's trailing you.
Absolutely. There's no reason to be looking at the other teams right now. The only focus should be whether you're holding on to the pace and the distance that you've discussed, and where's the rest of your team.
And it's CrossFit Bladen, the pair of Tony Hood and Hope Causer-Gillis, they are first to the double unders, followed just behind the top of your screen, far right.
I think that was Surbiton.
CrossFit Surbiton Motion. Grace Lilly was the first out. She's the only one returning from their games team last year, and she is the first to the double unders, as you can see here, really tearing into this set of 300 dubs.
And this is where I think the interesting part to me is to see whether you partition your energy right. I mean, 300 double unders really shouldn't be a problem to any of these guys. I wouldn't be surprised if several of them go 100 to 150 just off the bat and then hand it off. But how much do you have to pay for the effort you just put down on the rower?
And there will be a natural transition here on the double unders. They will have to move forward every 100 reps. So some athletes will just choose to continue jumping and move further. Other might utilize it as a nice break. As we see Grace Lilly, upper right-hand corner of your screen, white top, black compression shorts. She was the first athlete to move forward. She jumped right into it. Bottom right of your screen, CrossFit Blade and Tony Hood looks like he was second to the double unders, followed closely behind by the crew from Aarhus CrossFit.
And this is what you want to see, just relaxed athlete, relaxed shoulders, wrists doing the job. So that's lane number 2, that's CrossFit Blatant right there in the middle of your screen.
And that's Tony Hood making quick work of these double unders. You see just to the left of him, Lindsay Hicks from CrossFit Whittam. Talk about hand positioning here. You see some athletes a little bit wider, some with the elbows more pinned.
Usually when you coach the double unders, you want to see the elbows tight to the body and then the wrists just kind of flicking and doing the job. As you become more experienced, you may want to go just a little bit wider. Still, the wrists are going to be doing the job, but you can go with a rope that kind of fits you a little bit better so you don't fatigue your shoulders having to hold them tight.
Tony Hood taps out to, I believe it's Hope Causer-Gillis from CrossFit Bladen. You see multiple teams getting deep into this round of 300 here.
And usually what we see is the person who ends up sprinting, finishing up the row is going to need a lot of rest. So you need that person who starts on the double unders to be very comfortable with that.
And you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, a lot of teams were still on the runner. No one has yet to progress to the rower, and these are your top 3 teams. Lane 1, CrossFit Whittam. Lane 2, CrossFit Bladen. Lane number 8, CrossFit Surbiton Motion Training. First 3 teams to the double unders. The handful of other teams are now getting into the back half of this chunk.
And Surbiton's female athlete still the same athlete on the double unders. I haven't seen a change from them yet. Remember that they need to cross the line before the athletes on the runner are allowed in.
And it looks like Surbiton in lane number 8, the first to get to the finish mat, followed closely behind by CrossFit Bladen in lane number 2 and CrossFit Whittam in lane number 1. Those are your top 3 teams to get to the finish mat through this first male-female pairing, and now their second pairing can get onto the rower and start chewing into those meters.
Exactly, and we saw a couple of athletes. So right here in lane number 3, that was CrossFit Aarhus. Male athlete was a little bit too fast moving to the rower, so he had to come back again. Now the transition points are very important here.
See the bottom center of your screen, black shorts, that's CrossFit Whittam. Lane 2, teal shorts, bottom center of your screen, CrossFit Bladen, one of the top 3 teams. And then all the way on the top of your screen right here, now center of your screen, white shirt, black top, that's Motion Surbiton Training, and Daniel Busser on the rower right now. He's paired up with Leah Hutchinson there, tasked with bringing it home for Motion Surbiton Training, a team that was 4th at the games just a year ago.
Exactly, and I think that's one of the things that we're seeing again and again and again. There may not be the same athletes in the team. However, if you come from a box that has a competitive pedigree, then you're going to be raised in that environment, and that it just means the world. Being able to strategize, being able to train for, purposely what you need.
Just under 9 minutes to go here in this 25-minute cap. And this is the battle for second and third between CrossFit Whittam, far end of your screen, CrossFit Bladen, center of your screen with the teal shorts, and then Aarhus CrossFit, center right of your screen, gray shorts. And it looks like the pair from Aarhus, Frederick Peterson, I believe that's Benjamin Peterson as his second pairing.
No, I think that's William. That's William, I think. Well, what we do know is that they are from Denmark. They are CrossFit Aarhus. The rower is just such a great implement. I personally absolutely love the rower. Still trying to learn how to be better at it, and I didn't know how big the difference was between using it right and not using that implement right.
We just saw Sam Long from CrossFit Whittam on the rower. Right now, the top 3 in the heat still motion Surbiton training. Center of your screen here. Daniel Buser putting a ton of work on the rower. They have only switched out maybe once. And they're racing all the way on the other end of the floor. Lanes 1, lanes 2, lane 3, Bladen, Whittam, and Aarhus CrossFit.
And just to revert back to what you said before, now they need to keep an eye on the other teams. They also need to remember there's another heat after this. So even if you're way ahead of everybody else in this heat, you can't relax.
You see in the center back of your screen, Aarhus CrossFit just swapped out their male-female pairing. You see Sam Long, center of your screen here from CrossFit Whittam, tagging out to Amy Mae Sutton.
Sweating buckets, this t-shirt says. I love that. That's from CrossFit Bladen right now, looking at the rest of their team.
And for CrossFit Bladen, the pairing out on the floor, Andrew McCoy, Yasmin Spencer, Tony Hood and Hope Kaiser-Gillis, their part is done. Watching their teammates, hoping they bring it home.
But Surbiton, not a lot of switches, not a lot of changes. I hope that female athlete is amazing at double unders, because he's going to need to rest just a little bit.
And it looks like in lane number 4, North Engine CrossFit has made up a ton of ground. It's one of the first teams to get their hand in the air, but in lane 2, it's CrossFit Blade and Andrew McCoy, the first to advance to the 300 double unders. So we're seeing a little bit of a shift here in the overall standings in this heat. And you can see in the back right of your screen, Surbiton motion training there to the 300 double unders.
But have a look at Andrew's pace right here. This pace that he's busting out those double unders is amazing.
And now they're joined on the double unders by CrossFit Whittam and Aarhus CrossFit. So the top 4 teams to the rower are the top 4 teams on the double unders now.
But Andrew's pace, he's virtually getting 1.5 double under at the same pace as everybody else is getting 1.
An amazing pace from CrossFit Bladen. You see Sam Long in the center left of your screen here. That's from CrossFit Whittam on the far right. Second place from Surbiton, motion training, that's Leah Hutchinson.
So right now you have a lead for Bladen with 30 double unders ahead of the second team, which is Surbiton. Difference is Surbiton's female athlete still being very efficient. Bladen's female athlete not so much, but welcome back on the floor, Andrew, and some of the fastest double unders in the heat.
And he is absolutely blazing through these. We got about 5.5 minutes to go, excuse me. Doesn't look like the time cap is gonna be a factor. Now it's just who can finish these 300 dubs as quickly as possible. As you see Andrew McCoy getting cheered on by Tony Hood, his teammate from CrossFit Bladen.
I've got to say, I love the pace and the execution from Andrew right here. A lot of athletes are looking relaxed, but at this point, it's not about being relaxed. It's about going fast.
You can see Daniel Buser from Surbiton motion training, really relaxed, maybe a little bit higher jump here. You know, where's the line between, you know, jump height and being relaxed and really trying to hammer these?
Well, I mean, the thing is, if he can hold on to 150 of them, then obviously go for it. But I would have liked him to be not quite as high on the jump, a little bit faster on the rests.
And it's going to be close here. We're seeing some teams change out late. As you see Sam Long at the front of your screen from CrossFit Whittam, just behind him, Andrew McCoy from CrossFit Bladen, both on their final section of double unders. In the far right of your screen, white shirt, black shorts, you can see Daniel Buser from
some
Surbiton, all 3 on their final section of double unders here.
And there you go.
And it looks like CrossFit Bladen, the first to finish their double unders, first to get their final pairing across the finish line, and they are going to get a heat win here in event number 1.
So now all eyes are on lane number 5. That's Surbiton in lane number 8, sorry, to see when they're done.
So you have Surbiton in lane 8. You have CrossFit Whittam in lane number 1, and it looks like they came across right about the same time, but I think Surbiton Motion Training at 20:14.98 unofficially maybe just got ahead of CrossFit Whittam. They're in unofficially with a time of 20:15.35.
And Andrew Long's double unders just absolutely crushed it.
And Aarhus CrossFit, they're come across. That should be good enough for 4th at a time of 20 minutes 37:06. The top 5 teams all in now. CrossFit Katla just recently crossed. They're in for 5th in the heat. That's North Engine CrossFit. They're across now. The team of Iris Rosenloff and Charlie Hodge, they wrap it up.
Oh, there's some pain faces out there on the double unders.
You see CrossFit Butcher's Lab, they're done.
Yep. They paid for that one.
It looks like Las Tablas CrossFit, TFA Caffeine, still out on the competition floor.
Yep.
I believe that's Pablo Collado. Sorry, Collado. Him and Natalia Paz, they're across, finishing up for Las Tablas CrossFit. I believe that's going to do it for heat number 1. As all 10 teams finish under the time cap with a few minutes to spare. But it's CrossFit Bladen first across after being in a close, tight race pretty much the entire time.
It was super, super tight. I think the big decider, the big difference maker there was the double unders. Andrew Long's double unders, we were looking at it. He was getting 1.5 to 2 double unders at the same pace as everybody else was getting 1. Then they switched to the female athlete, which was unfair because suddenly she looked slow, but she wasn't slow. Andrew was just incredibly fast, and then he got back.
These are your results from heat number 1. CrossFit Bladen first across the finish line, followed by Surbiton, Whittam, Aarhus. They were basically deadlocked the entire way. CrossFit Katla out of Iceland sneaks in for a top 5 finish. And for an event that was so long, it's always nice to see it come down to a final sprint at the end.
Absolutely, and lane 1 and lane 4 just kind of got right after it. It was Whittam and it was the new North Engine CrossFit. Got after it, did a great job, and I was kind of thinking they're going to be able to hold on to it. But then we had lane 2. Bladen just got caught up with everybody on the rower, smart switches, which was great. And as we talked about, Andrew Long on the double unders just crushed it for Bladen.
That's Andrew McCoy from Bladen. He brings it home for CrossFit Bladen CrossFit. I'm sorry, Bladen CrossFit. And you can see the relief after all that work to get across that finish line first and earn themselves a well-deserved heat win. That's going to do it for heat number 1 here. We're going to reset real quick, and the teams from heat 2 will tackle event number 1. Welcome back to day number 1 of the 2022 CrossFit Strength in Depth. Crowd is starting to fill in here at the Excel London Arena. Tommy Marquez alongside Mads Jacobsen. Bibba Mastodder will be joining us from the floor in just a moment. We just saw the first heat of teams tackle this. Now it's time for the top qualifiers out of the team quarterfinals to tackle event number 1 presented by Monster Hydro, and it's called Inferno.
Well, it is the male-female pair who will start with a 2,000-meter run. They will then move on to a 1,200-meter row. After that, it is 300 double unders. As soon as pair number 1 finishes the 2,000-meter row, pair number 2 will be allowed onto the run. They will then have to go through the exact same thing, so 1,200 meters on a row. At 300 double unders, the time cap is 25 minutes.
Your lane assignments for this top heat. Some heavy hitters on the team competition. Oslo Navy Blue, the top qualifiers and podium finisher from last year. You got Nordic Original, Trondheim, their fellow Norwegians. And Mads, who do you got your eye on here?
I've got my eye on Oslo. Oslo Navy Blue. It's just, they did great at the games. They were just such a solid competitor. And then for them to have a chance to work together for a year to get even better, they also have a chance to have one of their athletes is good enough to be able to compete as an individual athlete, and they backfill that with another superhero. There he is in the middle of your screen, Nikolaj Billedal. And I think it's going to be interesting to see them deliver again.
And then a team you're quite familiar with out of Stockholm, Sweden, CrossFit Nordic Original.
Yeah, but exactly, and it kind of the same thing here. A great team composed of some great athletes with a lot of individual experience and team experience. Right there in the middle of your screen, black shirt, green shorts. He's had some games experience. Alexander Elebro, both like on the team, so interested to see how they do.
And the top teams here at Strength in Depth are off and tackling a 2K run on the Assault Runner. 25-minute time cap for heat number 2. And as Mads mentioned, this first mixed gender pairing will tackle the Assault Runner. Once they are done, that will release the second pair to begin their run. We'll have a waterfall style format where you can't progress forward until the team in front of you has finished that station.
Exactly, and as we talked about before, you're looking at a 2,000-meter run and you're like, okay, that's a pretty decent run. No, it's not. It is several small sprints, and you're seeing pretty much all the teams out here on the floor. Fast transitions, great pace, shorter distances traveled, just to make sure that they get this done as fast as possible. The magic in this is making sure that you go as fast as you can, but also that you stay on there long enough to let the person who's just been on there recover.
As you see,
Alexander Elebro.
You say that so much nicer than I do.
Well, I know him. His mom told me his name. She's like, this is how we want to pronounce it.
The crew from Nordic Original, Alexander and Antonia, the first out of the gate here. She was a member of the Nordic team that was at the games last year.
Well, she was, and she won the RX division at Wadapalooza as well. So a great individual athlete, but also a great team athlete with a lot of experience.
As you see, Nikolaj Billedal is the first male athlete from Oslo Navy Blue. Take this, it looks like, I believe that's Ingrid Hodenheim here behind him. This Oslo Navy Blue, there's a ton of hype around the Reykjavik team, but really they deserve a ton of credit for what they've been able to do in the last couple of years.
I mean, they do. It's both, and for me, it's both as the team and what they go out there and what they produce, but also for the community to see athletes like this commit to a team and stay with the team. So it's not just a leaping, like a platform for somebody who's kind of, yeah, my individual career is over. This is a conscious choice to go out and be a team and perform at the highest level. And I'm probably a nerd, but I knew that was Ingrid's feet. It's just she runs effortlessly. Look at her pace, but also look at how relaxed her shoulders are, bending the knees, shooting the lower leg forward, and just relaxing that breathing. It's just, I like that a lot. I like what I'm seeing a lot.
You see both pairings from Oslo Navy Blue. On the left-hand side, Lena Richter, Elvin Dahlengard, the second male-female pairing waiting to get their competition weekend started. You see the front of your screen here in the black sports bra. I believe that's Emma Willis. Oh, pardon me. I believe that's Ann Randa from Oslo Underdogs. A quick note here about that team. It was deemed that they have an ineligible athlete on their roster. They will be allowed to compete today. and do both of the workouts today, but that will be it.
Exactly. So they will not be competing tomorrow. This was discovered pretty close to the actual event, and so the decision was made that they're going to be in lane number 1. They're competing in lane number 1, but they will not be continuing tomorrow.
As you see, Nikolai Gobel from Oslo Underdogs on the assault runner, just approaching 3.5 minutes into this 25-minute time cap. Time cap didn't really play a factor in heat number 1.
So right now this is in lane number 5. So this is from the Oslo Navy Blue, and you can see right now. So let's just see where they're at. So the distance traveled now 1370 meters. So another 700 meters, which is about approximately two intervals, I think, at the rate that they've been changing athletes so far. I can't imagine that Ingrid is going to go for the entire thing. Probably going to beat 400 meters and then switch.
Some good quick math there, Mads.
Yep.
You saw just a second ago the time to beat from heat number 1. That was CrossFit Bladen. Only team to break 20 minutes. Imagine we might see a few teams do that here.
I think we will, and I think the deciding factor there was that the teams were pretty much side by side coming off of the run. They were pretty much side by side as they came off the rower. Now the big difference for both Surbiton and for Bladen at that point was the double under. So pushing it on the double unders made a difference. The question we need to ask ourselves is that going to be the same for these teams that qualified better out of the qualifiers?
It was such a long event here to start the weekend. Mads, what are your recipe success as we get into event number 1? Recipe for success delivered by Trifecta.
Well, I think, first of all, manage the sprints. As we talked about, realize that the runs are not a long distance run. It is a number of shorter sprints. I think that's the first one. Smart switches, making sure that you don't exhaust yourself, but you're still out there generating a lot of power and a lot of great results for the team. But as soon as you start falling off, switch. Then the last one is clear the path. Make sure that the first team you have out there are the best possible team. So should you hit the wall, you're leaving as few reps as possible, or as few points as possible on the floor.
Right-hand side of your screen, you see Antonia Falk-Kodolinski from Nordic Original.
I think that's Aylesbury right now in the middle of your screen.
Yep, that is Jamie Lowry from CrossFit Aylesbury Team TAP. And that's the Oslo
and the Trondheim
Navy Blue and CrossFit Trondheim.
Yep. You gotta love
My
it.
apologies.
Norwegians are crushing everything that's endurance-based, but now they've gotten strong as well. What are we all gonna do?
I believe we have the team of Erik Vadal, Lars Rudi, Vartrumen Mo, and Ingrid Tondel from CrossFit Trondheim. Kind of came out of the middle of the pack there to be the first team to get to the rower alongside their countrymen and women from Norway, Oslo Navy Blue.
And I gotta say, I love this combination because you can be a great runner, but what are you gonna do on the row? You can be not as good on the run because you're tall and you're heavy, but then suddenly you come in your right element on the rower. So I mean, I love the way that this event is set up.
Trondheim, one of the top-end finishers out of the team quarterfinals. Joining Oslo Navy Blue is this Norwegian contingent that has started to find some success in the sport. We mentioned the finish last year at the games. Ingrid Hodenemir and Lena Richter teamed up with Kristen Holte to win the women's elite division for the teams at Wadapalooza earlier this year. So, man, it really feels like Norway is starting to bustle with some serious talent.
They are, and I think that's what happens when you have some great athletes who go out there and kind of pave the way, but also display what it is you need to do on an everyday basis to be at that level. You need to see somebody in the box putting down the work, the dedication. What are they doing mentally? What are they doing with their diet? What are they doing with their training? And as you see that and kind of start emulating that within your own parameters, you become better, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing.
Perhaps a catalyst for this we were talking about yesterday, Mads, as we see the pacing from Oslo Navy Blue. They are just absolutely pouring it on. That is not typically a 500-meter pace you see unless it's an all-out sprint.
And it definitely not when you know that you got a bunch of double unders coming up after that. I mean, 1:29, Nikolai Bilodol right there. That's fast. It's very fast.
Biladel, three-time fittest man in Norway, joining the team now. That finished second, and that was Ingrid on the rower.
No, that was it. They just switched. As the camera showed, they just switched. Because I was looking at the same thing, and I'm like, wow, Ingrid, that's impressive. That being said, she's going at 134 split. That's. Don't try this at home, kids. Or actually, please do, just to get a bit of a feeling about it.
And then post to Instagram so we can see it.
Yes.
Perhaps a compounding factor I mentioned earlier, a catalyst for their success, is in Norway, you know, the sport of functional fitness is seen as an actual professional pursuit, and the government gets behind it.
Exactly. So once you get into the National Sports Federation, they are able to give you some support, both in terms of cash, but also knowledge and access to test facilities. And a lot of the athletes in Norway right now have access to that program. Obviously, that makes them better.
You see the hand in the air for lane number 7. That's CrossFit Trondheim.
Yep. And the same thing up lane number 9, Sapsborg. So their hand is in the air as well. And lane number 6, the originals. So basically, once again, we're seeing a lot of teams come off of the rower pretty much at the same time.
And this is in line with what we saw at the previous heat. We start to see a few teams separate themselves into this row section, and that carries over because they are the ones that ultimately release the pair from the assault runner as well. As Ingrid Holdnemir, center right of your screen, white sports bra, black shorts, is the first to the double unders, followed closely behind by, I believe, Ingrid Tondel from CrossFit Trondheim.
Yep.
2 Norwegian teams leading the way here in heat number 2, as we're getting close to the 10-minute mark on event number 1.
And just look at the difference. Now, Ingrid is really, really relaxed, but her wrists are going really, really fast. And then you see on the right side of your screen here from Trondheim, just a little bit more tense. And I'm thinking over time, that's it. Yeah, there you go. That means she's going to have to break. So I think that's a big difference. So if you want to be relaxed, you still need to have the fast wrists, so you're not jumping too fast and you can circle through faster.
Oslo Navy Blue on the left, Trondheim on the right. They are your top 2 teams. And in between them, coming up the middle, in lane number 6, CrossFit Nordic Original. You can see just in the back right of your screen on the left-hand side, that beige top, that's Antonia Falk-Podolinsky. She was the 3rd athlete to make it to the double under, so Nordic Original maybe hoping to replicate what we saw from CrossFit Bladen than the previous heat and make a push in this back half.
I think so, and Antonia's really relaxed. As we talked about before as well, more a seasoned athlete, doesn't have to keep her elbows as compact and as close, fast wrists, and so she's really relaxed but still circling through really, really fast. If you look on the left side of your screen, you got Nikolai Biladol, an amazing athlete, no doubt about it, but spending a lot more energy on every rep.
Yeah, you can see Biladel on the left-hand side of your screen in the gray top, really laboring through these final few double unders. Contrast that to Antonia on the right, just to the right of him. Calm, composed. She is yet to swap out here, and she is ripping off a huge chunk of these 300 double unders.
Exactly. And I think as long as she can circle through them at the pace that she is right now, there's no reason to change. Like Alexander Elebro is going to be really, really fast on the double unders as well, no doubt about it. But as long as she's not slowing down, don't stop. Because the transition is going to cost you approximately 5 to 8 double unders on every other team.
These are your top 3 teams, left to right. Oslo Navy Blue on the left, Nordic Original in the center of your screen as they just swapped out. CrossFit Trondheim on the right-hand side. It goes Navy Blue, Trondheim, then Nordic Original. That is your order as the first male-female pairing starts to wrap up their portion of this event.
Exactly. If you look at Ingrid on the left side of your screen, so that is the Oslo team, still just incredibly relaxed, fast wrists. Alexander Elebro, not a lot of jump right there, but really, really fast on the wrists as well.
And you can see the team from Oslo Navy Blue, their second pairing is already off the runner. They just have to wait for them to get across, their first pair, to release them to the rower. And there they go, a pair of Lena Richter and Elvin Dahlringard, first team to the rower.
Exactly, and I'm looking forward. That's one of the athletes I'm looking forward to seeing all the way. Elvin Dingdahl, just such a cool dude altogether. My man crush is intact. Want to see him compete all the way. That's Trondheim and has finished ahead of Nordic Originals.
And it looks like 3 teams are now to the rower. Oslo Navy Blue, and you can see just to the right of your screen, Michaela Norman from CrossFit Nordic Original. They're on the rower as well, to the right of Michaela. In lane number 7, CrossFit Trondheim is also on the rower. Now we have 4 teams on the rower, as it looks like Sarpsborg, Marius Olsen on the rower as well. So about 5 to 6 teams on the rower here with their second male-female pairing.
And let's just wrap our head around the fact that Sarpsborg are also from Norway. So it's just like, I don't know what's going on in Norway right now, but you know, add that to your travel destinations if you're a CrossFitter.
Had the chance to go out there a couple years ago for the Norwegian CrossFit Championships, so you could really see that this sport is starting to take roots.
There's something in the making, both on the individual and the team side of the house.
We're past the halfway mark, almost 14 minutes in, 25-minute time cap. From heat number 1, only one team was able to break the 20-minute mark. Right now, it looks like a handful of teams are ahead of that pacing, as we see the crew from CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue continuing to pour it on here with a quick transition as well on the rower.
Exactly, and Elvin gets in there, and look at that pace. He looks pretty relaxed, but he's still going at 127, 129 for 500 meters, which is great pace.
It was about what we saw his teammate Nikolai Bielodel hold in the previous pairing. You can see just beyond him in the back center, that's Michaela Norman from Nordic Original, one of the top 3 teams as well.
And look at the difference in cadence. I'm imagining they're going pretty much at the same pace, but Michaela's cadence is so high. Elvin not expending a lot of energy, just getting off the rower.
Quick switch out to Lena Richter here for Oslo Navy Blue, and no surprise to see the second fittest team from 2021 leading the way here in event number 1. The top teams from CrossFit Strength and Depth are chewing into this second portion of their male-female pairings. These are your top 3. Oslo Navy Blue on the left-hand side, CrossFit Trondheim on the right-hand side, black top, black shorts, and in the center of your screen, Nordic Original is 3rd, and that is your time to beat, set by CrossFit Bladen in heat number 1, 19:53.
But I'm going to be honest with you, Tommy. If Nordic Original's male athlete, Erik, right now, if he doesn't increase his cadence, Sarpsborg are going to run over the Nordic team. That 3rd place they have right now is going to be gone.
And that is Eric Bjork Rubio, a late addition to the Nordic Original team after one of their athletes was deemed ineligible. So some big shoes to fill in here in the last minute.
Oh God, you're never going to be able to fill in the shoes of Victor Longsved. He's one of the best competitive athletes I've ever seen. He's been a part of this for so long. So I hope that Eric isn't trying to fill his shoes, but go out there and kind of start off his team career instead.
We see the hands in the air for Trondheim on the right-hand side of your screen, and Oslo Navy Blue on the left-hand side in the gray top. It looks like Elvin Dalringard is going to close it out here as they move on to the final 300 double unders of this workout.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm just loving what I'm seeing out on the floor. The Oslo, and they call themselves underdogs. I don't know where that came from, but that weren't the underdogs. I was just gonna make a pun about that, but I'm not now anymore. No, but the Oslo team are just doing such a great job, and now you've got Trondheim once again out here.
And it looks like Trondheim has joined them on the double unders with Oslo Navy Blue about a 20-second lead. That's Lena Richter at the center of your screen. In the back right of your screen, at Trondheim, you can see Michaela Norman starting to close it out here for Nordic Original. That would make them the 3rd team to make it to the double unders. But in the far right as well, it looks like Sarpsborg has made a push on the road, just as you predicted, Matt.
Yep. But I've got to give it, Sarpsborg were doing a great job on the rower. And I mean, it's just about pacing. Now, Eric Rubio obviously knows what pace he needs to leave. So it's easy for me to say, hey, go faster, buddy. I mean, I'm not the one out there doing the work.
And a handful of teams have now joined the party on the double unders, as that's Lynn Finstad from CrossFit Sarpsborg. They made up a ton of ground on the rower, and they have pulled even into 3rd with Nordic Original heading into this final set.
They're doing a great job. And I mean, technique-wise, it looks really, really good as well. Very, very relaxed. But feast your eye, left side of your screen, gray shirt, blue shorts. CrossFit Oslo, Elvin. Now he just stopped just because of that, so I just jinxed it. He's just so relaxed, such a seasoned athlete. He's been out there before, he knows exactly what's going on.
Beautiful technique from Oslo Navy Blue. Is about 1:45 left to beat the time set by CrossFit Bladen in that first event, or first heat, sorry. And these athletes are progressing forward every 100 reps, so you can see them move along. The further along they are, the further ahead they are compared to the rest of the field. And you can see far right at your screen, the black Reebok top, that's Lynn Finstad. They're from CrossFit Sarpsborg. They're in a race right now for 3rd overall in the heat between Michaela Norman and CrossFit Nordic Original. Michaela in the burgundy top, black pants, center left of your screen.
And remember, the time that we need to beat, or these teams need to be, is 19:53, set by CrossFit Bladen in the previous heat. So as soon as we hit that time, all the other times from the previous heat are going to start mattering as well.
And Elvin Dalringard from Oslo Navy Blue in the gray top, blue shorts. Center of your screen now, he is on the final set of 100 double unders, and his form has not changed from the get-go, and it looks like he's going to wrap it up for the team.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. And as we talked about before, just really relax. You can see his head starting to come forward just a little bit, but he knows he doesn't have a lot of reps left. But also Sarpsborg's female athlete, once again, going so fast on their double unders. I can't imagine that the Nordic Original team is going to be able to catch up, because that cadence is just too fast. 1936,
And
unofficial.
Oslo Navy Blue, first team to cross here in heat number 2, and unofficially, they're going to be in.
Oh! Sarpsborg in 3rd, Trondheim in 2nd.
And Sarpsborg made up a ton of ground on that final set of double unders, with Marius Olsen and Lynn Finstad pulling ahead of Trondheim for 2nd overall. Looks like Oslo Navy Blue will get the win. Trondheim in 2nd, unofficially at a time of 19:47.93, and Sarpsborg just a couple seconds back at 19:50.35. So all 3 teams from this heat getting ahead of the top time from heat number 1. And now as we see CrossFit Aylesbury making it across, and we're starting to have the time from CrossFit Bladen in heat number 1 factor in as well.
Exactly, we've got one more athlete, or one more team out here on the floor. That's in lane number 10, CrossFit 2605, Trinity Fuego. They're still on the floor. But let's just wrap our head around one thing, which is Oslo, Trondheim, Sarpsborg. So Norway, 1, 2, 3.
The team from Oslo Navy Blue setting a blistering time as we see Team Trinity Fuego get across, and they are the final team to finish here in heat number 2. But your winners in event number 1, picking up right where they left off last year at the games, that's CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue.
If we looked at what happened, Oslo came out here, the Navy Blue came out and just basically started out by setting the pace for everybody to keep up with. Fast transitions, smart breaks as well, and just positioning themselves really, really well. They got onto the double unders. Ingrid did a great job of just getting ahead a little bit. Nikolai filled that space in between, and so they opened up the field to the second pairing. They made it onto the run, got off the run, were able to kind of catch their breath, and once they got onto the rower, they just maintained that lead, extended it a little bit, and then on top of that, they got up to the double unders and just tore a hole in the universe of double unders.
And a new addition to their team, Nikolai Biladel, and the same result regardless. They walk away with the overall win in heat number 1. You see the top 3 teams there, all from Norway. An impressive showing from the crew from Scandinavia, and Oslo Navy Blue starting off with a perfect 100 points.
Exactly. I mean, it's just it's great to see the Norwegian teams do as well as they do right now, and it's not just 1 or 2 individuals carrying the team. You can tell right now from all of them, they're all contributing.
See Nordic Original still holding on for the top 5 from heat number 1. CrossFit Bladen manages the top 5 finish. That'll be a nice start for the team from UK. Oslo Navy Blue gets the win, and they're down on the floor with Bibba Massdottir.
Congratulations, guys. How are you feeling?
We feel good. I think you can imagine how good we feel, but I want to take this opportunity to teach the girls something. We have the best girls ever, but their media skills sucks. So I'm going to take this opportunity for you to help them, so you can just ask them like basic questions like, what's your favorite color? What's your name? So you have Ingrid. Lena, just ask them about colors, boyfriend, stuff like that. And then they can get some smooth sailing.
Okay, one basic. Is your favorite color navy blue?
Yeah, of course. And pink, of course.
How about yours?
My favorite color? Green.
No.
Green? Oh.
I would say navy blue. Yeah.
That was pretty good, right?
It was very
They're
good.
getting there.
Well done. One more question. What was your strategy like going into the event?
Oh, strategy. We were supposed to split very often, so we can keep the pace very high. And that worked pretty well for us.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you, Bibba. The teams are done for event 1. We'll reset for the individuals, and the women will tackle the first event here at Strength in Depth 2022. The 2022 CrossFit Semifinals are presented by Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. By Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. By Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. The U.S. Army, know your Army. And by Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
Hi everybody and welcome. We're going to first begin by talking about the definition of CrossFit.
All right guys, go ahead and sit back and down. Fight for that position. Push your knees apart from each other, just like that. Excellent job.
This is a fitness that is considered broad, general, and inclusive.
What's the biggest impact I can have on this athlete right here in this second?
Castings. For simple shapes, a complete solid pattern may be used. A mold box is filled with special molding sand that is rammed home around the pattern. The molten metal, at precisely the right temperature, is poured into the mold. The assemblies are tumbled. Shaping is done with the aid of machinery, and the fine finish is evidence of the craftsmanship that has gone to their design and construction.
The reason I started using Thorne products was because Stephanie Kiedis, she was very influential in terms of what products we should use and what are the good products out there.
I always want to make sure that I'm sharing trusted companies and products with others, and Thorne definitely fits that.
NSF is a priority for me because I know it's a quality product.
NSF certification is a gold standard for supplements.
You know that what it says on the label is actually in the bottle.
Doctor said my season was totally over, but it was not only that. He told me, oh, maybe you will not be able to go back to the top of your sport. Lots of persons forgot me after injury. It was okay, we're done. Oh, next athlete. I'm really angry to show to some person that I'm not done and I can do some good stuff in CrossFit again.
Dear Coach, thank you. Thank you for always being there.
For running a class at 5:30 in the morning so I can get home before my kids wake up.
For making sure I build on my strengths and work on my weaknesses.
For being a compass that guides me toward a better version of myself. For constantly putting the needs of others before your own.
For helping me lose 100 pounds last year.
For helping me realize that asthma can't stop me from achieving my goals.
For reaffirming that life doesn't head downhill after the age of 40.
for making the impossible possible.
For being an amazing coach, friend, and mentor. Thank you. Thank you for always being there.
Fans starting to pour in here at the Excel London in London, England, as day one of the CrossFit Strength and Depth is off and running. Teams are done. Individuals are up next. Thanks for joining us. Tommy Marquez here alongside Mads Jacobson. Bibba Masdottir will be joining us from the floor. And man, this first event for individuals, aptly named Copperfield, is a doozy.
It is for time. A 1,000-meter run, then a 2,000-meter row, then 300 double unders, and then a 1,000-meter row to finish it off.
28-minute time cap. This event brought to you by Monster Hydro. We got a little bit larger start list than normal. We're gonna have a couple pages here as we've expanded the heats to 15 athletes apiece. In lane 2, Sam Briggs, biggest name in the field, along with a variety of athletes across the board here in the European regional. One of the things I'd love to see is all the different flags you get to see, top to bottom. Evie Hollis, lane 8. But all eyes are going to be on the engine from England. I think this is a great time for her to explain that nickname to everyone in Sam Briggs.
Well, I think as they should be, and I think I mean, I don't know what to say about this lady. She is the queen of CrossFit in Europe. She's called the Engine. 2013 Fittest Woman on Earth. 10 games, CrossFit Games appearances, 9 as an individual, 1 as a master, 5 top 10 finishes, and 9 games event wins. She is the Engine. If it's long, if it's hard, if it's grueling, well, she's got it.
And this event is right up her alley, and we're talking with some of the event organizers, and this was modeled after a 333 event that we saw a few years ago at the Games and Regionals. But at the Games, we didn't get to see Sam do that because that was the year that she ultimately missed. But a great opportunity for her right out of the gate.
And remember who won that event when Sam wasn't there? Kristen Holte.
The first heat of women are off. They will begin with that run on the assault runner, and then they will backtrack to the rower and then progress their way back in line to the double unders and assault runner, as we see Sam Briggs leading the way here in heat number 1. So much to chew on here, Mads. There got to be at least a few recipes for success, and your recipes for success are presented by Trifecta.
Well, first of all, obviously, it is pacing. You can't go out there and then just get after it and burn all your bridges the first thing you do, because if you do, you're never going to come home. As we talked about before, you are going to finish up with a 1,000-meter run. After that, push it on the double unders. We saw it in the teams, but there's a lot of ground to be made up on the double unders. If you can be relaxed and you can be fast. And then the last one of the things that I've talked to Sam Briggs about it on a couple of occasions, which is suffer on the run. Are you willing to and capable of entering that pain cave and then getting after it on the last run? Because that's exactly what you're going to have to do.
I'm pretty sure if you looked up pain cave in the dictionary, it would show a picture of Sam Briggs, because that's just something she's been able to tap into throughout her career.
Well, I mean, there are so many things to say about Sam Briggs. I think one of the favorite things is that, like my experiences anyways, is that we competed at Divided We Fall way back, and we actually had breakfast together, and she drove me to the arena afterwards, back when she was still winning events. So yeah, no, she's been around for so long, and she's just always been such a great athlete, just getting better at the things that she needed to get better at without decreasing her ability in the things that she's fantastic at.
See Sam on the left-hand side of your screen, and then moving down in order.
I would just look at that. First qualified for CrossFit Games in 2010. Then in 2013, she won the Games. 10 games appearances, and top 4 finished in 4 appearances. And one of the things about Sam Briggs is, I mean, she had visa trouble. I forget what year it was, but she had visa trouble. She wasn't going to go. And they're like, yeah, we're not going to backfill it. And then I think it was 2 days before it kicks off, she's like, no, yeah, I'm good to go. And she shows up. And how did she do that year? Finishes 4th, right?
I remember that. I believe it was either 2015 or 2016. She basically took a red eye, hopped into the competition, and finished top 5. I think that just speaks to the level of competitor that Sam Briggs is overall. And, you know, for an athlete in Sam who is looking to qualify at 40 years old, trying to be the first athlete to do that in over a decade, this is a great opportunity for her to start out with a good chunk of points in this first event. As you see the full field of women here, 15 wide in this first event. As we hit the 3-minute mark here in this first 1,000-meter run. Once they're done with that, they'll progress backwards to the rower, and then it will all fall in sequential order after that. 2,000-meter row, 300 double unders, and another 1,000-meter run. No surprise here, first hand up, center of your screen, Sam Briggs.
Looking completely relaxed as always. And let's just remember also that Sam Briggs was a part of the Team World that won against Team USA at the Invitational as well, an integral part of that team.
And it looks like either Nicole here or I believe that's Nicole here in lane number 5.
Yep.
With their hand up as well. So a couple of athletes here pushing the pace with Sam along the top. Excuse me, that's Vanessa Wagner out of CrossFit Arch.
I think that is Nicole here.
Here and Arch, here and Wagner, both with their hands up here on this first 1,000-meter row. We have a little foot race to the rower between Briggs and here as the first 2 athletes on the rower. And then in lane number 9, you have Silvia Garcia Izquierdo.
Is that lane number, I think that's lane number 10.
That's lane 9, Silvia Izquierdo, also one of the first to the rower. And generally speaking, Mads, you know, if you're going to do well here on this first run, more often than not, that's usually a show of confidence from these athletes that you're going to be okay on the last run.
Well, it is, but it's also usually an indication of the fact that you're a great runner and you're trying to make a mark there, so you may not be as comfortable in the row. And so I think it's interesting to see who goes out there and kind of pushes the pace. It's whether you're trying to win it for later or, well, is it just because you feel really comfortable you want to beat the engine?
Silvia Izquierdo out of Red Grizzly CrossFit. But it was lane number 12, first to the rower, and that was Ella Wilkinson out of High Performance CrossFit.
And to the point that I just made right now, she looks very, very comfortable on the rower as well. So maybe this is just right up her alley.
Ella, one of the younger athletes in the field at 22 years young. From Wigan, England, gonna get a little hometown love here. From the UK crowd, they really know how to rally behind their athletes.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the first live competition since 2019 for her. She jumped from 111th in the 2021 qualifiers to 55th this year. So Ella's been doing great, yeah.
And that's a huge jump in performance for a young athlete, especially in this European continent that has been so hotly contested in the past few years. And you mentioned one of your favorite stories about Sam that year that she took 5th. I can't get the visual out of my head of Sam Briggs passing Brent Fikowski on the ranch trail run. You know, she said that she could have just let him go because they weren't racing against each other, but she just, you know, wanted to twist the knife a little bit. But you got to love that from Sam.
But that's exactly who she is. I mean, it's just, there's just something about the way that she competes, and at the same time, she's just the nicest person in the world to be around as well.
You hear a lot from the younger female athletes when they get to the games their first year. Sam is usually the one to kind of show them the ropes, you know, lend them a few pieces of advice and help them kind of settle in there in an unfamiliar environment.
And as we all know, the first year you go to the games, it's about learning how to perform at the games. It's very rarely that year that you go and just make a splash out for yourself. So that, I mean, that's something everybody needs.
We're just past the 7-minute mark here on heat number 1, event 1. The women finished up their 1,000-meter run on the assault runner, and now they are tackling a 2K row here on the Concept 2.
And if you look at the entire field right now, just look at the difference between the technique of all these athletes. Now, what you're looking for is a powerful stroke on the way out. Extend the legs, lean backwards, follow through with the pull. Don't hold on to that handlebar. You want to release that immediately. And the thing is that every pull should be the same. What you do is you start changing the cadence of when you go back to the catch. But every pull should be the same.
And this is the pace from your leader, Ella Wilkinson, in lane number 12 at a High Performance CrossFit, holding just under a 2-minute cadence here. And Mads, you mentioned the technique, and if you go around any CrossFit gym, you will see a variance in technique, and I feel like it's something we're starting to tap into more as a community, that proper row technique to be efficient on this machine.
Well, finally, I mean, I've had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with Matthias Augeheim, who is arguably one of the best rowing coaches in Europe at this time, and it's just, it's all about how your levers are. I mean, the power generation is going to be the same, but how do you utilize your levers right? And there's a lot, you can both go faster, but Tommy, I think the big win out of this is that when you get off the rower, what shape are you in? Are you able to maintain a 145 or a 140 split and get off and then be able to operate immediately, or did that just kill you?
And so far, it's Ella Wilkinson as your leader, but in the center of your screen, the patterned sports bra and purple hair, that is Silvia Izquierdo. She was one of the top 3 athletes to the rower as well, alongside Sam Briggs and Nicole here way on the left-hand side. So,
and she's another one of these improved athletes. She was, let's see here, she was first at the German Throwdown last year, improved her qualifying appearance from 44th to, I think it was 21st. Let me just check here for a second, see I don't say anything stupid. Yes, so 21st this year, so she's gotten better as well.
And she actually went out to Wadapalooza this past year as well to get some individual experience. 22nd in Miami, a strong showing in a deep competitive field here. Silvia, one of the athletes representing Spain in this women's field. So far, so good to the first portion of this event.
Such a great place to go to Wadapalooza, because it's a really it's a festivity kind of event. I mean, it's just really relaxed. But you get to meet some of the greatest athletes, so you get some great exposure there, and I think that's something a lot of these athletes at every level should do. So hey, that was my little commercial for Wadapalooza. But no, I really think that people should go.
I will second that for sure, and this is a great event as well. My first time in Strength and Depth, and it's awesome to see some of these amazing European athletes in person, like Sam Briggs throwing down as we cross 10 minutes. 18 left to go here in heat number 1 for the women. 28-minute time cap. Working through 2,000 meters on the rower. They will then progress forward on the competition floor and tackle 300 double unders before finishing with a 1,000-meter run on the assault runner.
And I think, to be honest, if you want to be relevant in this event, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go out there and go approximately 7:30 to 7:45-ish kind of time. Any slower than that, you're not going to be able to catch up.
And the first hand is in the air. That's lane number 5. Nicole here alongside Ella Wilkinson here on your screen. They were the top 2 athletes getting to the rower. The first 2 to have their hands up as more hands are in the air.
Sam Briggs, Silvia Izquierdo as well. And boy, would I like to see a push. I think we're going to get like 5 athletes, 6 athletes probably get off the rower at the same time. And I want to see one of them make a move on the double unders.
About 6 hands in the air from these judges. Sam Briggs, Nicole here, looks like Vanessa Wagner, Ella Wilkinson, Silvia Izquierdo, all towards the front half of this heat. We're not yet to the halfway mark.
There you go, Nicole here. And Sam Briggs.
And in the back part of your screen in the white top, that's Ella Wilkinson. So the top 3 women heading to the rower are the top 3 coming out of it. We talked about double under technique early on. What are you seeing from these women?
Well, what I'm seeing right now is Nicole here on the right side of your screen, middle of the field right now, who's actually your leader. Very, very tense, spending a lot of energy. Her shoulders are tight. Look at Sam Briggs at the closest to your screen now. A little different technique, slightly more of a knee bend, but very relaxed. Sam's going to be able to hold on to that technique for a long time.
You see Sam Briggs trying to become one of just a handful of women to qualify for the CrossFit Games past the age of 40. Hasn't been done in a decade. Cheryl Brost last did it in 2012. Amanda Allen did it in 2011 out of the Australia Regional that year. And Sam said that this would be kind of a crowning achievement to finish off her individual career because she's gonna make a change, go back to becoming a firefighter. In fact, she has an interview with a fire department back in the United States next Thursday, so less than a week from now. So no rest for the weary. And hopefully she'll have a spot at the games to carry with her.
Well, I think Sam is one of these athletes, or one of these people in general. I mean, you know, she's a shark. If she's not moving, she's dying. So I'm not surprised to see her, to hear that she has things lined up for Thursday.
And now most of the field here on the double unders. You can see Nicole here in the black Nike top, center of your screen, just ahead of Sam Briggs. The athletes will have to move forward every 100 reps here, so we'll get to watch them progress. They'll get a natural break every 100 until they get through 300 in total.
And this is the technique I would have loved to see Nicole here. Look at the knees now. They're bending just a little bit, widening the arms, relaxing the shoulders a little bit more. Would have loved to see her have that technique to come off, because I think she would have been able to string together 300 double unders unbroken then.
And Sam Briggs in the back of your screen just joined Nicole in the second 100 rep section. Taking a look at what's at stake here this weekend at Strength in Depth. Some game spots and another opportunity to extend your season.
Exactly. So the top 5 individual male and female athletes and the top 5 teams earn their spot to go to the games. Now for the individual athletes, both male and female, 6 to 8 get to compete in the last chance qualifiers as well. So games tickets is what we're offering up as an incentive to go out here and crush it.
You see Nicole here, the lead athlete on your screen. You can see that the green lines there on the field of play. That will separate the different sections of 100 double unders. So it's Nicole here on the bottom right of your screen. Then Silvia Izquierdo with the purple hair in the back half of your screen. She is in the final 300 as well. And it's Sam Briggs, first to the runner.
300 double unders unbroken. And I think, to be honest, the difference between the time that it's going to take, well, there she breaks again, Nicole here, to get onto the runner after Sam is the time that she took on the brakes.
And if you're an athlete and you're competing alongside Sam, seeing her be the first to the runner can be a little bit discouraging, but not saying it's all said and done just yet.
No, but I mean, it could definitely be discouraging, but I think what you need to do is just kind of not look at her and go and kind of emulate that, because she is the engine for a reason. That's Emma Wilkinson in the far side of your screen as well. Was doing really great on the rower. First one onto the, so she's a comfortable runner.
So your top 3 so far: Sam Briggs, left-hand side of your screen, first to the runner, followed by Nicole here, just a few lanes down in the black top. And on the far end of the field, white top, Ella Wilkinson got on the runner at the exact same time as Nicole here. So those are your top 3.
But wow, I had opinions about the technique on the double unders for Nicole here, but her running technique just leaves absolutely nothing to be desired. It is a thing of beauty. So there you go. You got her right there in the middle of your screen, Nicole here, and that technique right there. Just want to see her relax a little bit, but it's good. It's really, really good. It looks like it's not that fast, but it's probably just as fast as Sam Briggs right now.
You can see the difference between her stride and Sam Briggs on the left-hand side. Nicole look a little bit more upright, a little bit more compact. Sam, she's really going for it. You could tell.
She is, but I mean, one of the things that you need to look at here as well is Nicole here is, I'm just going to guess, probably more used to running outside, which is why she's not tilting forward. Sam, by tilting forward, gets the momentum of that band as well. So her foot placement is going to be further up on the assault runner, which means that she generates more power.
And that's just the difference. I appreciate that insight, Mads, from running outside and on this assault runner that does have that slight curvature, and there definitely is a sweet spot, and Sam Briggs, no stranger to that. So we saw Karina Samoas join Sam and Nicole on the runner, as most of the athletes in this first heat of women are now on the final 1,000-meter run to finish this out. Once they are done, they will have to exit the runner and to the finish line to end this event. And this is the second time they have been on this implement, Mads. As you can see, the totality of what they've done beforehand.
Exactly. They started here with 1,000 meters on the runner, got back to the row for 2,000 meters on the rower. Then you had the 300 double unders in between, earning them the right to get back onto the runner for another 1,000 meters. And that's what we're looking at right now. Finishing touches of the 1,000-meter run. time cap is 28 minutes. We're only 18 minutes in, so another 10 minutes for the buzzer.
We're seeing the judges, they're going to progress the chess piece forward as they get through these 1,000-meter run to help give you a clue as to where each athlete. Sam Briggs in lane number 2, and then Ella Wilkinson in lane number 12. They are your leaders. And now lane number 9, Silvia Izquierdo. In lane 7, Elisa Fuliano.
And these times are competitive with the heats to come as well. Sam Briggs, at judge, just raised his hand in the air.
"40 years old, hoping to make a return to the CrossFit Games nearly 13 seasons after she first made it in 2010. And in heat number 1, Sam Briggs is going to be first to the finish line, unofficially around 18:57, and what a way to start for the engine from England.
9 minutes under the cap. Whoever wrote that cap wasn't thinking about Samantha Briggs, that's for sure, but amazing. 18:56 is the finishing time for Samantha Briggs.
And now the question is, who's going to join her at the finish mat? We had Ella Wilkinson, one of the first athletes to the runner, Nicole here, and a handful of others just behind them. As you can see, the chess pieces starting to progress. In lane number 9, Silvia Izquierdo. Lane 7, Elisa Fuliano. Based on where those chess pieces are, they're the next in line. So who really saved enough in the tank here on this last 1,000 meters to pour it on quick?
Exactly. I mean, Emma Wilkinson was the first one onto the rower, right? And so she's comfortable to hear just how much is left. I think it's a brilliant way to phrase exactly what we're trying to figure out right now.
Sam has a few minutes to wrap things up, and we see Ella Wilkinson is the next across the finish line unofficially with a time of 19:56, followed just behind by Nicole here in lane number 5. She is in at 20.05.22 unofficially. So your top 3 basically this entire way end up being the top 3 to the finish line. And it's a quick finish between lane number 7, Elisa Fuliano. She just beats out Silvia Izquierdo. Fuliano in a time 20 minutes 17 seconds. Izquierdo 20:18, so just a second or so behind. And those are your top 5 so far in heat number 1. And it's lane 6, Vanessa Wagner, former Games representative in 2019 as a national champion. She's across.
God, this is such a brutal way to end this event. Imagine, like, just we know that these are amazing athletes, but the way that they're splayed out on the floor right now just gives you a little bit of an idea of what they just went through.
Having that max effort run at the back half of this workout, as we see Evie Hollis on the final few sections of her run, it's just a brutal way to kick things off.
It is. I mean, for everybody else, it's Samantha Briggs, who's currently spending her time encouraging the people still out there, but also high-fiving and chest-bumping everybody who's finished it.
And Evie Hollis is done. She crosses the finish line, 21:29.58. That's good enough for 8th in this heat, as the final few athletes starting to finish up their run. Lane 4, that's Karina Samoas, representing Portugal, one of the only handful of Portuguese athletes in this field.
That right there, let's see if you can see the lane. Finishing touches.
Looks like Marta Riccatini potentially getting across the finish line in lane number 11. Marta out of CrossFit Velsina.
I hope Isel just dropped. So Katarina Isel, I hope she dropped down on the right side of the line.
And I think we can all relate to that feeling.
I think we can.
Only 2 athletes left. I believe it's lane 3, Silja Tonesen out of
Gamlebyn.
got about 5 minutes left to the cap, so should have plenty of time for these final two athletes to get across. It almost makes it worse, right? You're not going to get saved by the clock here.
No. And then again, being a competitive athlete, I don't think they want to be saved by the bell.
And it looks like Hannah Phipson from CrossFit 1971 is across. That leaves Tonesen as the final athlete to finish. And she gets to the finish mat unofficially at 23:25.41. And that's going to wrap up heat number 1 of Event 1 Copperfield for the women. And it's Sam Briggs, your leader after one heat, in with a time of 18:56, and really no surprises there, Mads.
None at all. We were wondering how she was going to do, but it all started out with Emma Wilkinson going out there, pushing the pace, making it to the rower as the first athlete. Once she got on the rower, Samantha Briggs, though, started catching up. So they were side by side, more or less, when they got onto the double unders, or when it came onto the double unders with Nicole here, who had then caught up on the row as well. But Sam Briggs and the jump rope, that's a great combination, and she just went unbroken for 300 repetitions, allowing her to end up with a run, which is what we talked about, the pain cave, or home, as I think it's called for Samantha Briggs. It's a bad thing for everybody else. She just increased her pace, her cadence, and did an amazing job ending up in the top position in this heat.
We're gonna have to wait and see if Sam's time will hold off in the later heats, but through the first heat overall, Sam is your leader at 18:56. Wilkinson here, hold on for second and third respectively. And then we're seeing a handful of athletes in that 20 to 21 minute range, something to keep in mind on as we move forward through this next heat. Sam Briggs wins heat number 2. Sorry, heat 1 and heat 2 of women. We'll try to catch the engine from England as they take the floor next. Heat 2 of the women are getting ready to tackle event number 1 here at CrossFit Strength and Depth. Coming to you from the Excel London in London, England. Tommy Marquez here alongside Mads Jacobson. Bibba Mastodder, the third member of our broadcast team, will be joining in just a moment. Event number 1 for the women is Copperfield.
It is 1,000 meter run, 2,000 meter row, 300 double unders, 1,000 meter run. There's a 28-minute time cap. None of the ladies in the previous heat needed that, however.
Yep, this event presented by Monster Hydro. And we got to see a much larger heat overall. We went 15 lanes wide instead of the traditional 10. And this one's going to include some of the biggest names in the sport. You see Katrin Davidsdottir there in lane number 4. She's going to be joined by a fellow 2021 Games qualifier in Jacqueline Dahlstrom in lane number 8. Your top overall ranked athlete coming out of quarterfinals, Emma McQuaid, is in lane 9. One of the Icelandic daughters, Þurí Helgadóttir, in lane number 11. So some athletes to keep your eye on. But there is one athlete that isn't here that we got some unfortunate news about just before the competition started.
Well, Emma Tall, one of these athletes that kind of made it last year. She kind of burst onto the scene, did a great job. Always thought she was a power athlete. Turns out she's great at gymnastics as well, and just really has a lot of gamemanship or gameness altogether. Did amazing at the games. We were looking forward to seeing her. Unfortunately, she has come down with the flu, which is just going to sideline her for the rest of the season, and it is heartbreaking because she had a great year last year, and I know that she's been improving as an athlete in a lot of different ways. So everything that she was good at, she got better. She addressed some weaknesses. Yeah, there she is.
And like you said, Mads, tough break for Emma Tall. Hope she gets back to full strength and we see her back out on the competition floor. She qualified from the Last Chance qualifier last year. It's some notable women that have made the Last Chance qualifier so far this year, including Sarah Sigmundsdottir.
Exactly. I mean, and it just kind of shows that the last chance qualifier doesn't mean you're bad. It just means that on the given day you weren't given the opportunity, so there's another one to grab it. Ariel Lowen, Sarah Sigmundsdottir, Jamie Simmons, Chloe Wilson, and Madeline Sturt. Just some of these athletes. Just look at those names. They're amazing athletes. So looking forward to seeing how they do.
Some athletes to keep your eye on here in this first event, one including a 2-time champion, Katrin Davidsdottir.
Well, if you're called the sled dog, it's almost as good as being called the engine. And I mean, there she is. And I've talked to her at the check-in and talked to her this morning. She looks fired up. Now, we said, you know, she's qualified the first time for the CrossFit Games in 2013, 15 and 16, fittest woman on earth. Podium finish 4 out of the last 7 CrossFit Games. It's just, there's nothing this woman hasn't done. So there's just so much potential with her. But it all comes down to, when it comes to Katrin Tanja, you know, how does that start? If she's in a good place, you know, God have mercy on everybody else, because she's just going to run through the field like you wouldn't believe.
Yep.
And I get that impression now. It's just a fiery place. It looks like her life outside of CrossFit is balancing really, really well with the life within CrossFit. And it's just, I'm just super happy to see her that way.
And a big proponent of that is she moved back home to Iceland for the first time in, almost a decade. You know, she's moves away from CrossFit New England, goes back to CrossFit Reykjavik, switches coaches to be closer to family, and hard to imagine that doesn't help your life outside of the gym. And another woman to keep your eye on, the top overall qualifier, who's really been kind of on fire this season, not just in the season itself, but in outside competitions, and that's Ireland's Emma McQuaid.
Well, Emma McQuaid has always been one of these athletes that if you're in Europe, you know exactly who she is, and you're excited to see her, and you know that she's capable of so many things. She's coming into her element right now, and she feels so much less forced and less stressed in what she does. And when she relaxes and just does what Emma McQuaid does, she's a force to be reckoned with, like a real, genuine force.
Heat 2 for the women is underway as they make their way to the assault runner for this first of 2 1,000-meter run. And Emma McQuaid had the benefit of training alongside Sam Briggs for this event, so certainly someone to kind of leverage some expertise on.
I mean, that has got to be both awesome, because you see one of the fastest athletes to ever step onto the floor, but it's got to be one of these things where you're like, I'm actually a pretty good athlete as well. You know, I know you're crushing me, but I'm kind of a good athlete as well. I just, you know, take it for what it is.
Some recipes for success here in event number 1, delivered by Trifecta and Mads. There's a lot to chew on.
There is. First of all, pacing. Remember that the first run isn't going to, it can't break you, but you also can't be so far behind that you can't catch up. Next one, push it on the double unders. We saw it in the teams. We saw Samantha Briggs do the exact same thing again. She went out and pushed it on the double unders, gave her a bit of a buffer, and then the last one, suffer on the last run. Samantha Briggs did it. Nicole Hare did it as well. She was not comfortable in any way, shape, or form out there, but she pushed it as well. So I think that's really the three deciding factors. If you solve those, you're off to a great event.
And I love that last one about the run because it brings back shades of the 333 that was at regionals and games that this event is modeled after. And after hearing some athletes say that the final mile in that run on the assault runner was one of the worst that they've ever ran, I tried it myself. Our whole gym tried it, and everyone pretty much agreed with that sentiment. So makes sense that you're going to have to push it here in this one as well. As we see Katrin Davidsdottir, center of your screen in lane 4. Chiara Salandra out of CrossFit 2 pairs just to her left. On her right-hand side, Matilda Spanu out of Mad Hall CrossFit, representing Greece. Only a couple minutes in here for this 28-minute time cap. Every single woman from the previous heat finished under the cap, so no getting bailed out by the clock in this first event. You're gonna have to work through to the finish.
And I love that. I've got to tell you, I love that, because even if you finish and you just absolutely spend all your resources and you're trying to game it by going, yeah, I'm gonna hit the cap. First of all, I don't think any of the athletes are going to do that at this level. But if that was your plan, guess what? Not going to happen.
We see some Icelandic fans in the stands on your right-hand side.
Well, I'm
probably believe they're cheering on Sola Sigurdardottir, who's on the left-hand side of your screen. She's one of the Icelandic daughters that I think many expect to eventually take that next step.
Well, she's definitely one of the athletes who are going to be capable of doing that. And what we need to see from her is how she does in more CrossFit-ish competition settings. She's really, really strong. You know, she's got a lot of gamemanship about her. I mean, she's out there to get after it. But you need to see her do well, not just in the lifting events, but also the gymnastic events and events like this one. I think she's got a lot of potential.
You can see Sola's monitor on the right-hand side of your screen. She has made multiple appearances at the games on a team before. Obviously comes from, you know, that pedigree of Icelandic women that have made it such a big name in the sport. You know, talking to her before the event, she mentioned that during the lockdown in the last couple of years is really when she started to believe in herself as an individual.
Amy Kringle, CrossFit IOM, just finished her run.
And you can hear a little bit of that UK crowd rallying behind one of their own as Amy Kringle is the first to the rower. She is well ahead of the rest of the field. We see a couple hands in the air across the board, but Amy's got about a 20-second lead over Katrin Davidsdottir, who is the second to the rower, followed close behind by Sola Sigurdardottir and Chiara Salandra in lane 2.
Wow. Katrin Tanja on that run looked effortless. Looked like she expended no energy whatsoever. And if that is true, that is a scary, scary prospect for the rest of the team.
And that is the monitor of Amy Kringle, your overall leader through one portion of this workout. The first to the rower and putting in a good pace.
And if you haven't heard about Amy Kringle before, she's from the UK, she's 23. She won the UK Open this year. She went to the semifinals on Team IOM last year, so she's no stranger to the competition floor. She was at Wadapalooza as well.
In the previous heat, we saw the top time set by Sam Briggs. And all of these women will be hoping to try and catch the engine from England as they are making their way through a 2K row as we pass the 5-minute mark here in heat number 2 of event 1. And Sam was your winner from heat 1, and shortly after, Bibba Masdottir caught up with her on the floor.
Sam, first things first, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Tired.
Tired? Oh, really?
The plan was not to go as fast on the first run and to row a little bit slower to save it for the second half. But it just felt really good. So I was like running and I looked at my heart rate and I was like, oh, we're already here. Looks like I've just got to suck it up and stay here.
But it worked. But this year, how do you feel coming into like competition?
It's awesome. So I think everybody knows this is my final push as an individual. So to be back here and compete in front of the home crowd, it's just amazing. I couldn't have asked for a better competition to come to. Loving every minute. I'm backstage with all my friends. It's just like a big reunion. So awesome to be here.
Nice. One event down, one more to go for today. What's the plan between now and then?
Well, go cool down a little bit, try to take on a little bit of food just so I've got some energy for the workout tonight. And then, yeah, we're going to do some muscle-ups, some pistols and some snatches.
Hell yeah.
I've got to tell you, I love that she refers to that event as pistols and snatches. Nothing about the muscle-ups.
Most of us would circle the 12 muscle-ups at the front end of that, but not Sam Briggs. She's built different. Do you see the time to beat from Sam? 18:56.52. That's Kiara Salandra and Katrin David's daughter towards the front end of this heat. As far as getting to the rower, they are all chasing Amy Kringle all the way on the other side of the floor in lane 15. Look at the technique from Katrin, just so smooth and steady.
We talked about it just a second ago. You need to push your legs, lean backwards, then pull, release the pull immediately, and basically kind of control. So every repetition looks the same, but you control your pace through how fast you come back to the catch. And look at how she does that. It's watching textbook.
And over in lane number 11, that's Thuri Helgadottir. Maybe doesn't get the same level of recognition as some of the other daughters, but certainly an established athlete and deserving of some, given that she's qualified 6 times already.
Well, absolutely. I think on the European circuit, she's one of these athletes that as soon as she shows up, everybody gets really, really fired up. Everybody knows her. I think she's not necessarily searching for the limelight. I think had she wanted to, she could have definitely had it. But what I think is interesting about her is that she goes out and she competes with excellence every time. Now, whether that means that she wins or doesn't win, beside the point. With her tool set or her skill set, what she does every time, I'd say, would be maximizing that ability.
And this is her 12th season competing, so certainly a veteran of the sport. And Jacqueline Dahlstrom, an athlete out of Norway, qualified for the games last year and was able to make it through the cut in her sophomore campaign.
Exactly, and now there's a lot of potential in her. I really look forward to seeing what she does. In a perfect world, I know that she's coached by some of the best coaches in the game. In a perfect world, I would have loved to see her pull just a little bit harder on that row. Not necessarily increase the cadence, just the last pull with her arms. I would have liked to see that be just a little bit harder, but you know what? Once again, easy for me to be a couch potato and sit here and have a bunch of thoughts, but she's the actual athlete, yeah. But I'm looking forward to seeing her. I think what we saw last year was just a little bit of a taste of what she's capable of.
You're not a couch potato, Mads. You won Strength and Depth Origins, what, 8 years ago?
I didn't win anything. There was a team that was gracious enough to have a mascot, and there I was trying not to make a fool of myself.
Dahlstrom, part of the C23 CrossFit crew in Palma de Mallorca, Spain. Includes Gabby Magawa, Christoph Horvath, a handful of those athletes that relocated to Spain to kind of create a training camp there in Europe.
And I mean, it's a great place because it's easy when you get a bunch of athletes together. You can either have a Shark Tank and everybody's just going to attack each other, or you can have this really supportive environment. That is a supportive environment. Everybody is kind of firing each other up. They're getting after it, but they're also looking after each other as individuals. And I got to say, I really enjoy that.
In front of your screen, that's Mehdi Granarin from Millesime CrossFit Talents in the blue top, black pants, and this is what the athletes are in the midst of tackling Event 1 Copperfield, presented by Monster Hydro.
Yep, it's the 1,000-meter run, 2,000-meter row, 300 double unders, and then right back to finishing off with the 1,000-meter run. 20-minute time cap. We haven't needed it so far, and I don't think we're going to need it coming into this now.
We're past the 10-minute mark here, and it was around the 11-minute mark we started to see some hands go up, maybe a little bit before that. And we saw Sam Briggs in an earlier heat really start to establish herself when it came to the double unders. As you see the whole host of women here in heat number 2 really pouring into the rower. And in lane 15, that's Amy Kringle holding onto her lead. She was the first athlete to the rower, first athlete with their judge's hand in the air.
And she's a taller athlete, and I really like what she's doing. She's kind of making the rower work for her with the length of that pull.
Kringle, another one of those young athletes on the up-and-coming path towards the games at 22 years old out of CrossFit IOM.
And Solveig's judge's hand is in the air. Katrin Tanya's judge's hand is in the air as well. So top three looking much the way it had before. And what it does is it tells us that the fastest finishers here, they're going to have to push on the double unders and then stay with it on the run. It's almost like we just saw something like this a heat ago. It's like, I kind of get this.
Funny how that works, huh? You see, just a second ago, Sola Sigurdardóttir, one of the athletes with her hand in there. She's also part of that C23 group since she relocated to Spain to make an individual push. And Amy Kringle, first to the double unders. They will have to do all 300 and 100 rep sections. So they finish 100, move forward into the next section, and progress from there on out. And it's Sola, moves into second. She is onto the double under. She pulled ahead of Katrin Davidsdottir, who is now off the rower herself. So a little bit of shuffling here in the top three, but you can see in this, Katrin Davidsdottir is in third place in this heat.
Yep. And Amy Kringle's lead on Solveig, when she came in, was 42 double unders, unless I was completely mistaken, but 42 double unders. That's 2 breaks. And look at Katrin Tanya, as you look at her, just the speed that she's cycling through these double unders, matching Solveig right now, but both of them going a little bit faster than Amy. So if Amy breaks, she's gonna get caught up.
And you see Emma McQuaid at the white top center of your screen. She just joined everyone on the double unders as well. So a good portion of this heat onto the double unders. Left-hand side, Katrin Davidsdottir, third place in this heat. Right-hand side, Sola Sigurdardóttir, second place in this heat. And they are all chasing Amy Kringle on the far side of the field. As Sola now moves into the second portion, that means she is on reps 100 to 200, and Amy Kringle is your overall leader, hoping to chase down Sam Briggs from a heat ago.
And this is where it gets interesting, because whether Solveig or Tanya, if they want to make a move, either they're doing it right now, or they're just going to go perfectly happy and content with where they're at because they feel like they may be able to make their mark on the last 1,000 meters and suffer even more than, well, both Briggs and Amy.
It looks like Amy Kringle looking to her coach in the stands, getting some cues as she makes her way through the final set of 100 double unders.
And that was a lot of time that she just spent not doing double unders.
A pretty significant break here. Once she's done, the athletes will progress back to the assault runner for one final 1,000 meter run. As we just approach about the halfway mark here in this event time-wise, 28-minute cap, shouldn't factor in. We're already 14 minutes in.
I may be mistaken, but I think that Solveig just made it onto her last 100, so she may actually be catching up with Amy Kringle. Remember, there's a 42 rep deficit between the two as they started on the double unders, and Amy's having trouble with that rope right now.
It kind of seems like the nature of double unders. You get a few misses and they really start to pile up.
And what it is we talked about it before, how relaxed are you able to be? If you can relax and just maintain the same speed, then you're good. Otherwise, you typically at this level get to around 150 to 200, and then timing starts getting well, a little bit off, and you get caught on the rope.
And you can see Amy Kringle there, another trip up on the double unders, starting to increase her jump height. You look left and look right, you start to see the other athletes. Katrin Davidsdottir looking calm and composed. We just saw Sola Sigurdardóttir looking pretty smooth as well.
Nope, and Katrin and Sola onto the double unders at the same time. Now the difference between the two is Sola did 100, step forward, 100, step forward. Katrin Tanya did 100, and then began again and didn't break for 200 reps.
And ultimately, it's the rope that leads to a change in the overall lead in this heat. As Katrin Davidsdottir, bottom of your screen, and Sola Sigurdardóttir on your screen now, as the two women first to the assault runner fall closely behind by Amy Kringle. She was the fastest woman on the first 1,000 meter run, so Kringle hoping she can maybe make up some ground here.
But now, no matter how it ends, what I love to see is Amy Kringle going out there and claiming her spot. Unapologetic, I think, is the word I was looking for. Another person who's unapologetic right there. Solveig is just doing a great job. Just look at how relaxed she is.
And this is the time they are all chasing from the previous heat. Sam Briggs, only athlete under 19 minutes in 18:56. And right now it's Sola, Amy Kringle here on the front of your screen, and Katrin Davidsdottir hoping they can chase down that time.
Speaking of relaxed, remember what we talked about. Relax your jaw, relax your shoulders, and then just go.
Just
yeah,
a relaxed posture through and through, amazing. One thing I don't think Katrin gets enough credit for is how good of a runner she is. You saw that in the years that she won, when then we had Murph back-to-back, and how comfortable she was running those miles with the vest on.
And I think it's interesting you say, because what that does is it sets her up for an ability to sprint for 300 meters if she needs it in the end. Whether she needs it or not, I think she should always do it.
See Katrin shaking out her arms just a little bit there. Getting out some of the yuck from those double unders. And you can see the chess pieces at the front of your screen. Their judges will move them as they progress through the different sections of this workout. I believe every 250 meters.
So look, Amy Cringe is actually in the lead again, or Kringle is actually in the lead again.
So,
wow.
So a couple of slip-ups on the double unders from Amy Kringle haven't prevented her from moving back towards the front of this heat overall. Some tremendous running.
Just so much potential in her, and she's so young.
22 years old. Maybe hoping to follow in the footsteps of a fellow Brit and Sam Briggs and
Definitely.
walk away with a win here as well.
But she just looks very, very relaxed as well. Same thing there, a slight forward inclination. Her steps a little bit further up on the band. She's doing a great job. And she does not look stressed by the fact that she had, everybody kind of caught up with her on the double unders.
And we're closing in on a minute to go here for the time to beat from Sam Briggs, 18:56, as a handful of athletes, including Amy Kringle, are moving into the final portion of this 1,000-meter run. We're looking for hands in the air from the judges, and it's going to be close.
Oh, this is insane. The excitement of seeing this right now. I'm looking at every single judge, just wanting to see a hand go in the air.
Hand in the air for Amy Kringle. She is in first in this heat right now. Only athlete with their judge's hand in the air, followed by Sola. Her judge just put his hand up. So in the final few portions of this run, 18:56, keep your eye on the clock.
Oh, this is the sprint. Amy Kringle, left or right side of your screen, finishing.
And it's Amy Kringle, unofficially, with a time of 18:46.85. Sola Sigurdardottir's in 18:52 unofficially, 18:53.01, excuse me. And now Katrin Davidsdottir, hand in the air. As we cross the 19-minute mark, two athletes in ahead of the time to beat by Sam Briggs.
Wow. Now I really want to see Katrin Tanya just go after it now. And she just did.
And Katrin Davidsdottir, she's done. She's gonna cross the finish line. Unofficially a time of 19:20.26. That should be good enough for fourth in the event.
And you see her just get a little bit of a tap on the shoulder from Yami Tikken in there. He's got to be happy with what he just saw. Jacqueline Dahlström, Emma McQuaid, side by side, middle of your screen. Jacqueline Dahlström gets to finish first. And here's Emma McQuaid.
Emma McQuaid, Dahlström both in. And in between that, Thuri Helgadottir got across at 19:27, which is good enough for fifth. So a ton of athletes from this heat able to mix into the top five.
Jesus, that's fast.
McQuaid and Dahlström, you just saw come across fifth and sixth, respectively, in the heat. Their time's good enough for sixth and seventh in the event. And that's Mehdi Graneron. She's done with a time of 20.09. That's good enough for top 10, 10th overall in this event. So a strong start from Graneron. I believe that was Aoife Burke. She's across 11th overall in 20.15. And a handful of athletes still on the runner. Chiara Salandra was towards the front of the heat after the first run. Fell back a little bit, but she's in now.
There's Taylor Howe.
And Taylor Howe, you expect her to figure in the lifting event later on, but
she's got to be really happy with what she just did right now.
11th in the heat, 18th overall, time of 20.51 as the final few athletes start to get across. We're past the 21-minute mark, 7 minutes left to go. Only one athlete left on the runner, that's in lane 5, Matilda Spanu. Still one more section to go before she closes this out.
Judge's hand not in the air yet, and what she needs to do, she just needs to stay in the game and not be discouraged by what she just saw everybody finish that fast. She needs to just stay there, do what she does best. Remember that she has no idea of the times in the heat before her.
Especially in this final section of the run, you don't want anyone else's results to start to creep in and affect your ability to finish strong. So past the 22-minute mark now, Matilda Spanu, the lone athlete on the assault runner. 6 minutes left to the cap here as this final women's heat wraps up event number 1.
And the judge's hand is going to go in the air any second now. There you go. Depending on how she's feeling, I would have loved to see her just go a little bit harder now at the end. Every second is actually going to count.
As we close in on 23 minutes, Spanu wrapping up her final 1,000 meter row. She is done. And that's going to wrap it up here for heat number 2 of event 1, Copperfield. And it's Amy Kringle, all the way from lane 15. She is your winner, a top time of 18:46.
And let's just talk about the adventure that Amy just had, because Amy went out there and she did a great job on the run, got to the rower first. She was followed by Katrin, Tanya, and Sola as well. Got off the rower before everybody else, and we're like, this is insane. However, both Katrin, Tanya, and Sola were really, really fast in the double unders. Amy had a little bit of trouble there, especially at the end. But once they got back on the run, though, Sola actually beat her to the run. But once she got back there, Amy was just like, hey, back in my element, watch this, and crushed it.
Impressive performance from Kringle to battle back after the mistake on the rope. Not only does she beat Sam Briggs' time, she gets the overall win. And here are your results. Overall, after one event, Amy Kringle in with a time of 18:46. A great performance from Sol Sigurdardottir, and Sam Briggs gets a top 3 finish overall. Bibba Masdottir is down on the floor with your event 1 winner, Amy Kringle.
Amy, how are you doing?
Not great after that, but it was a fun one. I didn't expect that, to be honest, at all.
What was your...
So nervous going into it.
You were nervous?
Yeah, because we haven't got one of those assault runners at our gym, so I've just been practicing at a local one, and it felt different there. It felt a lot harder training-wise, which is good, I guess, because when I get on that, it's like feeling really smooth.
So it felt good?
The first one was all right. The last one, your legs are just so numb, and you're like, oh, how bad do you want it, sort of thing. But I really did not expect that. You know, when you feel like, oh, am I going to come last and stuff like that, but yeah, I changed.
Well, you didn't.
Yeah, in the race competition.
How has it been like watching the other semifinals?
It's flown by from watching the Lowlands ones, as if that's been 4 weeks already. Yeah, it just makes you so excited, but when it comes, it's like so nerve-wracking as well. Yeah, so glad to be here anyway, so we'll just see how the rest goes. The next event isn't like great for me, but I'll try my best anyway. Yeah.
Good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I'll go like
a tremendous performance from Amy Kringle, going toe-to-toe with some of the biggest names in the sport. Be sure to check out the newest CrossFit Games documentary, now in pre-sales on iTunes. Fittest on Earth Next Gen captures the amazing performance of the games, and here is a little sample.
Every single day, I treat my craft as a profession. I dedicate my life to this.
test at the CrossFit Games is everything. If you're going to make a claim of the fittest on earth, which is a massive claim, you have to make sure that that test is well thought out, well planned.
It's not about who's the toughest athlete, it's about who's the fittest. How can we throw this many events at people and still allow them to recover enough to really put the best foot forward?
Yes, I believe it's my responsibility to keep raising the bar. If I'm not raising it, then who will?
You cannot part-time this. You have to dedicate your life to it, and even that may not be enough.
I don't think there's any reason why I can't win the CrossFit Games. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I could win.
A lot of things were going through my head. After birth, I still remember I could not walk downhill with the stroller. Now all of a sudden podium was realistic.
You've also got this development where you're starting to get these younger athletes.
Kids who have been doing CrossFit since they've been in elementary school.
Mal O'Brien, we saw her stare right in the face of the reigning women's champion and not blink.
The young, upcoming, new blood of the sport.
It's like if you want a shot at winning the games, this is where we take them.
Horvath now pulling even with Toomey.
This year, I came here to win.
A huge opportunity for me to get some points on him.
At that point, I wasn't concerned about my elbow. Like, I just wanted to finish the games.
And Annie Thorisdottir has it.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to win this.
Welcome back to day one of competition here at Strength in Depth at the Excel London in London, England. Tommy Marquez alongside Mads Jacobsen, the mayor of Europe himself. Bibba Masdotter will be joining us from the floor in just a moment. The teams and women have tackled event number one. Now it's the men's turn, and they're going to be taking on event one Copperfield, presented by Monster Hydro.
They are, and it is a 1,000-meter run, a 2,000-meter row, 300 double unders, and then on to a 1,000-meter run again. There's a 26-minute time cap to the men's heat.
A little bit faster time cap for the men, and here's the start list for heat number one, 15 lanes wide. A couple of recognizable names in the field, a little hometown hero in Zach George in lane number 8. Christoph Horvath, older brother of Laura Horvath in lane number 6. And then a couple of athletes that have made some games appearances in the past as national champions, Brian Hernandez, Bartek Lipka, 11 and 8.
But there's Christoph Horvath. I'm just really, really looking forward to seeing what he brings. I spoke to him yesterday, and I've known him for a while, so we keep tabs on each other. He looks at my memes, and I look at what he does for his fitness, and he's just been improving and improving and improving, and he felt really comfortable walking into it. He's like, there's a bit of hesitancy because I don't know what everybody else is bringing to the table, but I think this is going to be a good event for me.
I love it. You see Christoph at the center of your screen. It looks like he's brought 2 ropes with him. Can never be too sure. Just in case one rope breaks, you got a backup ready to go. I love that little bit of strategy from Horvath.
If you're a seasoned athlete, either it's happened to you or it's happened to somebody else, and you want to pick those things up immediately. And just also look at his stature. He's a tall athlete. He's a little bit heavier. He's going to be able to put a lot of power into that rower without expending a whole lot of energy at the same time.
And an athlete that's going to be way in the corner in lane 15, one that you're familiar with, Marcus Eriksson, another one to keep your eye on.
Exactly. Marcus Eriksson, he's a great athlete. He's been around for a long time, really well-versed and well-balanced. He doesn't look like the strongest athlete, but he is very strong, and I know that he's very comfortable, or has been at least in the past, on both the rower and with the run. Double unders technically should fit him really, really well. Tjena, Marcus. Funniest thing about Marcus is he's gonna hate me for calling him out. The one thing he doesn't want is any attention. It's like if you're from the northern parts of Sweden, you don't want anybody to know that you exist. You just want to crush things instead.
Very different than our approach in the United States, I'll tell you that. And heat one of men are underway. 26-minute time cap. They knocked 2 minutes off the cap for the men here. Overall, that time cap is designed for the athletes to finish, as the men here will tackle the first of 2 1,000-meter runs on the assault runner.
And I think time-wise, we're looking at probably, it's got to be a sub-5 first 1K. So they're not going to relax, but they're not going to have, they can't really knock themselves out on that first run, as we're looking at Christoph Horvath there, and stylish man altogether. But I think he's got some great chances in this event.
And speaking to the broader tactics of this event, your recipes for success delivered by Trifecta.
Well, first of all, I think it is pacing. It is knowing that you need to push it, but you can't be too fast so you blow yourself up. You can't be so slow that you put yourself out of contention. The second one is to push it on the double unders. We've seen it again and again that there's so much time to be made up. Amy Kringle, we just saw her right now, had a little bit of trouble. Now she made it up on the run. Had she been able to push it all the way through on the double unders, would have set her up a lot better. The last one, once you get to the run, the last 1,000-meter run, you need to want to suffer. You need to want to get in there, hold on to that pace that is incredibly uncomfortable, because everybody else is going to do that.
And in lane 9, a qualifier from the games just a year ago, Georgios Karavis out of Greece, hoping to qualify in this live competition environment. To his right, lane 10, Jan Matiaska out of CrossFit Christ 9, the same affiliate as former Games athlete Lucas Esslinger.
Lucas Esslinger they work out at the same place, and they used to work out together as well. It's just another one of these athletes, just very technically sound. And Kreis 9 is one of these places, I don't know if you've ever been there, but it's just a beautiful place to go to, and you kind of see the air of wanting to be efficient, wanting to move better, rather than a let's go heavy. And I really appreciate that when I walk in, because there's a different longevity to the athlete cycle when that's what you get.
And look at the difference in the pacing between Karavis on your left and Matiaska on your right. You can see just the kind of relaxed cadence compared to Karavis, who's maybe a little bit smaller of an athlete, has to have a little bit faster foot speed and cadence overall.
Exactly, and I mean, what I'm looking at, it's easy to get caught on, or get caught up, but you start looking at technique and you're like, oh, this can't be good. If you look at the marathon events, or if you look at any kind of running events, you're going to see a lot of different techniques, and they need to be adapted to the individual athlete's levers. Some things that are more or less universal, however, is you need to relax your shoulders, you need to relax your jawline, because if you're not going to be able to breathe freely. You're not going to inhale, but more importantly, you're not going to be able to exhale freely. And so that's going to get you in trouble later on.
See some fans cheering on their athletes. It should be noted that there's also a community event going on simultaneously, so you'll see fans pour in and out from both competitions. It looks like lane 8, Zach George has judge's hand in the air, as well as lane 15, Marcus Eriksson. He's first to the rower.
Wow.
Zach George, just ahead of him was Ludwig Hansen in lane number 7. So it goes Marcus Eriksson in lane 15. He was your leader to the rower, followed by Ludwig Hansen in lane number 7 and Zach George in lane 8.
Impressive to see Zach George be that fast on the run. Huge unit of a man. I mean, it's just like, if you look up power in the dictionary, just Google it anytime, you're going to see a picture of him. So very happy to see him do that well.
We were catching up before the competition athlete check-in yesterday, and just seeing Zach, smile on his face, but man, like you said, he's an absolute unit. Different raw materials.
Yes.
But you'd love to see him perform well after, qualifying it originally in 2020. The season got cut short, so we didn't get to go as the national champion in the UK, but has a ton of support here. It's always nice to see him back out on the competition floor.
And this makes me really, really happy, because look at his technique. Like, I know that we're talking a lot about technique, but this is really where you get to see what happens if you know how to use the implement correct. He's a big athlete, he's a powerful athlete, he has a powerful, drive with his legs, but he also follows through with his hands, but then he relaxes on the way in, catches his breath. That means that he can keep a pretty high pace, but at a very minimum expended energy.
Like the calm, composed look from George on the rower, and just to his right, camera left, Ludwig Hansen in lane number 7. Caught up with him before the competition. He is a former high-level handball player. He found CrossFit after competing in the marathon for a few tries, ran 4 marathons, and then decided maybe I'll go try CrossFit instead.
And anybody who's been a competitive handball player, you know that they're willing to suffer, let's put it that way. And it's just hard people. But also being able to then afterwards transition to marathons, it's just clean table. So 147, that's a great split. If he can hold on to that, that is a great split. You may want to notice one thing, which is that their display is actually counting down on the rower, but on the run it was counting up, just so we don't get things confused.
I got to say, from a mental standpoint, seeing that number go down seems like a little bit of a boost, instead of having to constantly see that number get bigger and you're chasing that bigger number. Seeing it work your way down to 0, something about that just kind of resonates a little bit more, at least from personal experience. And you see the pace pretty consistent from Hansen, and with a marathon background, you kind of assume that last run he will be able to pour it on just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the stroke rate. I want the stroke rate to be pretty much consistent, but I want the output, so the speed per 500 meters, I want that to be somewhere around 145 to 146, 47. Not a lot slower than that. Somebody may be able to go a little bit faster, but not more than that. But I don't want the stroke rate to go up as a consequence of that time dropping. So that's the balance I'd be looking for.
We saw Hansen there on your screen, left-hand side, wearing that heart rate monitor. He was holding about 25, 26 strokes per minute.
And I think that's very reasonable, because it allows him to actually breathe. If he gets up any further than that, he's not gonna have the time to fully inhale or exhale.
In lane 6, Christoph Horvath. He's got to be happy on this row machine, something he traditionally excels at.
Absolutely, and I think it's for different reasons. Both, obviously, his levers, his body constitution is made for it. but also that he knows how to really use it as much or as well as possible. I wouldn't be surprised to see that he would be cruising around 143, 144 kind of thing, fairly effortless.
And if the trend holds true, like we saw with the women, coming off of this rower is really when we see a little bit of a separation and a few lead athletes separate themselves. As we close in around 8 minutes, just a few seconds before of this 26-minute workout. The athletes, once they get off the rower, they will progress to 300 double unders and then back to the assault runner where they started for another 1,000-meter run. Christoph Horvath on the center right of your screen from C23 CrossFit.
Same as Jacqueline Dahlstrom as we were talking about before, yeah. What's interesting now that you see the entire field is right next to, on the right side of your screen, just fell out of the screen right now, but on the right side, next to Marcus Eriksson, who was the first one to make it back to the rower, you have Marius Tinglum Pettersson from CrossFit Oslo. Now, he was the one who was on the Oslo team at the games last year. Very, very composed on the road. Just look at what he's doing right now. He's got a slightly higher cadence, doesn't pull quite as hard with the arms, but he does so very consistently.
Marcus Eriksson at the front of your screen, just behind him, Marius Peterson.
And what we're looking at, what these athletes are doing, is the Copperfield event. It's a 1,000-meter row, or run, then a 2,000-meter row, then 300 double unders, and then a 1,000-meter run again. The women had a 28-minute time cap. The men have a 26-minute time cap.
See the monitor of Zach George. He's right around that 145, 147 pace we talked about a little bit earlier, but a little bit higher stroke rate. We saw Ludwig Hansen at 25-26. George consistently, though, at 27, and as he closes in on his final 400 meters.
Exactly, and I think he just increased the cadence right now, which is interesting because it gives you a bit of an indication that he feels like he's got more energy. It's not like he needs to ease off of the speed and then accelerate on the double unders. He looks pretty comfortable.
See the pacing on the screen compared to Zach George, like you said, fairly comfortable, it looks like, on the rower.
Yep.
Checking left and right, just giving a quick peek in on his competition as hands are in the air now for George. Ludwig Hansen in lane number 7.
Yep. Marius Petter. No, it's not. It is
Elliot Ganin.
Yes, it's
and
Elliot.
It looks like Marcus Eriksson as well. So 5 or 6 judges' hands in the air. Christoph Horvath as well on the left-hand side of your screen, the black top.
We're going to have a bunch of athletes make it onto the double unders pretty much at the same time. So what they need to do is push it on the double unders.
It's almost like you suggested that.
Yeah, and it's almost like we saw the ladies in the same situation as well.
You can see George in the center of your screen. He's done, and joining him is Jorgis Karavis in lane number 9. First 2 athletes to the rope. Karavis on your right, green shorts. Zach George just to the left in the gray shorts, and now Ludwig Hansen is on to the double unders. He's joined by Christoph Horvath now in the black top and green pants. In the far side of your screen, couldn't quite see there, but it was Elliot Ganin in lane 13. He is there on the double unders as well. So a handful of athletes making their way through these 300 double unders. They're gonna have to advance every 100 to a different section.
And remember now, Marcus Eriksson's lead coming off of the run was pretty commanding to the row. Now he's been caught up with a bunch of these heavier athletes who feel more comfortable on the rower, and now they're onto the double unders. This is gonna get really interesting.
It looks like Jorgis Karavis in lane number 9, one of the first athletes to advance to the second section. Here you can see he is on the right-hand side of your screen, lane 9, green shorts. To his left, Zach George, gray shorts. To Zach's left, in lane number 7, Ludwig Hansen in the blue shorts. They are your top 3 to this second section. Now Christoph Horvath, black shirt, green pants, has joined them as well. So top 5 so far in this heat. Jorgis Karavis, Zach George, Ludwig Hansen, Christoph Horvath, and it looks like Daniel Camacho far left of your screen here, black top, orange, red shorts, all on this second section of double unders.
Looking so effortless. They're right here in the middle of your screen. Great. You see Carabas, George, Hansen, Christoph Horvath as well. And now Carabas moving forward at the same time as Ludwig Hansen.
Hansen on your left, Carabas on the right, joined now by Zach George in the center of your screen. Those are your top three as we close in on these 300 double unders. Once they're done, they will advance to the runner. They got 1,000 meters left on the assault runner to close this event out.
I love how relaxed Zach George was. Just super, super relaxed. Marcus Eriksson there in the bottom, top of your screen, lane number 15, who was the first one off the runner, is also onto his last 100. And what he needs to do is minimize the damage before he gets on the run.
Just a quick trip up by Ludwig Hansen. Given how close this race is, 1 to 2 trip ups could be the difference maker here, at least in getting to the assault runner. We're past the halfway mark in this time cap, 13:30. A handful of athletes on their final section of 100 double unders, 300 in total, and it's Carabas and Hansen. Hansen on your left, Jorgis Carabas on your right. First two athletes to the runner. We mentioned earlier that Hansen has a background in marathon. He has to be pretty happy getting to this runner first.
And if you're used to running a marathon, 1,000 meters, well, guess what? I'm good. I'm just happy if everybody else is tired, but look at the stride he has as well.
And they're joined at the runner by Zach George in the center of your screen. They've been at the front of this heat the entire time. They're the first three athletes to the runner. As we see Marcus Eriksson now in lane 15, he is on the runner, joined by Elliot Ganin in lane 13 on the left-hand side of your screen. Red shirt just popped the top for that final 1,000 meters on the assault runner. 14 and a half down on the clock. Daniel Camacho just beside Christoph Horvath. Camacho fighting for the top 5 in this heat, but those are your top 4 overall. The left-hand side of your screen, it goes left to right. Ludwig Hansen in lane 7, Zach George in lane 8, Jorgis Carabas in lane 9, and Marcus Eriksson just behind them in 4th, all the way over on lane 15.
But Zach George is pushing it. Carabas is pushing it. Marcus Eriksson right now taking a breather. There's a whole different athlete on that runner. But Zach George, he's pushing it. So I'm expecting him to do really, really well. So the big unit is more than just a big unit.
He's got some gas tank behind it. I love to see it. And you're seeing a little switch up in, it looks like posture here now as we close in on the end of this workout.
Which is exactly the way it should be. Don't try to make it pretty, just be efficient and be fast. Suffer, hang in there, keep the cadence high, your feet light.
We're closing in on the final few sections. They're gonna have to move the chest piece, their judge will, as they progress through this 1,000 meters. And it looks like Ludwig Hansen is the first to get to the back half. You can see his chest piece there in the front of your screen, ahead of the remaining 3 athletes. Zach George is next to join him.
Carabas now.
Carabas as well. Carabas starting to fall off just a little bit off the lead pace.
This is epic to see these 3 next to each other as well.
All but one athlete on the runner now as they're trying to close out this event. We're past the 16-minute mark here in heat number 1 for event 1 of the men, and those are your 3 leaders right now. It goes Ludwig Hansen, followed by Zach George in lane 8, in lane 9, Jorgis Carabas. They've already ranked and sorted themselves left to right. Hansen is the first to progress to the final section on the assault runner.
I am so impressed with what I'm seeing right now, that Zach, to be able to see Zach George go this hard and actually match up with an experienced marathon runner. If anybody had told me that 2 weeks ago, I would have been like, yeah, let's talk about that. Now you're seeing it right there unfold right before you.
As now all 3 athletes are into the final section of their 1,000-meter run, and it's Ludwig Hansen in the blue shorts, left side of your screen, judge's hand in the air.
This is so, we talked about suffering, and there it is. I love that face.
And Ludwig Hansens made the switch from marathon to CrossFit, and he's rewarded with a heat win to start the weekend here in event 1 for the men. He is in with a time unofficially a 17:25.35, excuse me. And now it's Zach George, the next athlete to cross, and he gets a warm welcome from the hometown crowd. He's in with a time of 17:43.48. Wow.
And here he is, George Karavis.
Georgios Karavis representing Greece. He's in 17:55.34. And then Christoph Horvath in lane number 6 with the green pants and black top. He comes in 4th. He was able to overtake Marcus Eriksson for 4th in the heat. Eriksson crosses with a time of 18:09. Wow. So a little bit of separation there on that final run between the top 4 to 5 athletes that were close pretty much throughout this event. Lane 12, it looks like, and 13, a couple slip-ups on the runner, but I believe that's Elliot Ganin in lane 13. He crosses at 18:32, hand in the air for Daniel Camacho.
Jan Matiaska just finished up, Sammy Wright.
And now a host of athletes are wrapping this up as we close in on 19 minutes in this 26-minute workout. In lane 3, that's Sammy Wright getting a push from Zach George on that runner. In lane 11 and 12, Brian Hernandez and Bartek Lipka, they're done. And to the finish line, it looks like Hernandez just got in ahead of Lipka. Hernandez 19:29.4, Lipka 19:29.5, so a close finish there at the end as Sammy Wright is the only athlete left on the field here in heat number 1.
He's doing a great job, and we talked about it before, and I think there's been a conversation about it as well. Do you want an athlete to come up and kind of cheer you on when you're the last one on the floor or not?
Yeah.
And I think these two gentlemen know each other just pretty well. So I mean, I think that's probably the support you'd want. But impressive to see Zach George recover this fast as well.
And he's cheering on Sammy Wright, who is the lone athlete remaining on the floor as he tries to close it out. The time cap is 26 minutes, so should have plenty of time. You bring up a good point about, getting some support from your fellow athletes. Depends on the athlete, but, I believe Sammy Wright and Zach George, both from the UK here, familiar with one another, so probably doesn't mind the boost.
No. And if you're in that pain cave, you want a familiar voice to kind of just guide me out. I mean, and he's on the last, he's putting the finishing touches down. His judges there just came up as well. It's a brutal event, though. Oh.
And that's going to do it for Sammy Wright as he makes his way to the finish. He crosses with a time of 21:15, but it's Ludwig Hansen out of Finland. He is your winner here in heat number 1.
But let's look at what happened here, because this was a very interesting heat indeed. When they got off the runner, well, Marcus Eriksson was a little bit ahead of everybody. They got onto the rower, and that's where Zach George and Georgios Karavis really made their move. But Ludwig Hansen was right behind him and caught up and passed everybody on the double unders, got onto the runner, and once we got there, it was familiar territory for him. The experienced marathon runner just went, yes, please, and absolutely crushed the event.
And despite the pain face on the assault runner, he crosses fairly confidently with a solid celebration, and Ludwig Hansen sets the time to beat from heat number 1, 17:25. Like you said, impressive performances from Karavis and George, 2nd and 3rd in this heat. And that'll be a tall order for the later heat to try and match this top heat. Heat 1 is done for the men. Gonna reset and Heat 2 of men is coming up for event 1 here at Strength and Depth. Action continues here at the Excel London for Strength and Depth 2022. Tommy Marquez here alongside Mads Jacobson. Bibba Mastodder, the third member of our broadcast team, will be joining us in just a second as the top heat of men gets ready to line up to tackle event number 1 presented by Monster Hydro. It's called Copperfield.
It is, and it is a 1,000 meter row, or a run, 2,000 meter row, 300 double unders, then a finish up with a grueling 1,000 meter run again. There's a 26-minute time cap for the event. Nobody's needed that this far.
It's been designed for most of these athletes to finish. And our Heat 2 start list for the top heat of men, 15 wide, some recognizable names and established game vets across the board. But a couple of athletes to keep our eyes on, starting with your top overall qualifier from the quarterfinals from Finland, a well-known name here in Joonikoski.
Joonikoski is one of these athletes that you always want to keep an eye on. I mean, he's comfortable with the run. I know that he's comfortable with the rower as well. I mean, he worked out a lot with Mikko Salo. If you do that, then you're comfortable with the rower as well. And he's been a part of this game for so long that you can't, if you're not looking at him, then you're probably missing the point. So yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on him.
And another athlete that we've, heard some murmurings about, that you've got your eye on this event as well.
Definitely, PD Savage. I mean, well, first of all, he's a great athlete. He's been around for a while, and everybody who knows the European circuit knows him. But we've been hearing a lot about how he's going to crush this event.
You see Alex Gatoulis in lane number 5. But PD Savage, we keep hearing that name come up.
Yeah.
Multiple people have talked to us like, hey, keep your eye on him. Former, I believe he would have been the national champion out of Ireland in 2020. But a handful of guys are going to push him in this event, and this is a great way to get it started. And the top heat of men is underway here in event number 1. They're going to start things off with a 1,000-meter run on that assault runner.
No, I gotta love how everybody's like, it feels like they've been, people have had an agenda. It's like, hey, Mads, how are you doing? I'm good. How are you doing? Did I tell you about PD Savage? It's like, oh, well, yeah, I did hear about it. And you walk a little bit further, and it's like, hi, what's up? Long time no see. So first event, PD Savage. Now, PD's he's always been a great athlete, and on the top of that, he's just one of the nicest guys out there. And if you have a chance to chat with him, just absolutely, definitely do so. But I always knew that he was going to be capable of performing well at an event like this. But just so many people who said that he's going to absolutely crush it. So these are not, I'm not trying to put any expectations on a guy who's already really, really good. I'm just looking forward to see where they came from.
PD Savage out of CrossFit 80-20. They got a team here competing. Grew up playing Gaelic football and hurling. Played Gaelic football at the college level. And then another athlete who you expect to maybe push towards the front of this heat here with some games experience is Elliot Simmons.
It is, and well, both because Elliot's a great athlete. He's been a part of the YAS team. He's competed as an individual as well. He's just a really, really good athlete. But I also remember seeing him at regionals where there was a 5K run, and he absolutely crushed that. And he did that in an environment, the European environment, where there were a lot of very capable runners. So I think he's going to be really, really good, and I'm looking forward to seeing him out there on the floor again. So I think he's going to be really, really good, and I'm looking forward to seeing him out there on the floor again.
And I know an athlete that you're excited to see hopefully perform well here.
People will remember him just for beautiful lifts, just stylistically incredibly good lifts. But he's a great athlete overall. I think this is a chance where I want to see him just kind of come into his own, claim his spot, so he becomes one of these names that we automatically kind of bring up again, because he is very, very capable. And I know for a fact that he's been developing a lot since the games as well. He kind of felt like he had to address a couple of things, and he started doing so immediately, and that was great.
And an athlete in a similar boat as Hude qualified last year for their rookie season, Heinrich Apolainen, looking to maybe get his first qualification in a live competition format.
Exactly, and I'm looking forward to see Henrik in that kind of setting. He looks really, really relaxed. I've kind of seen him walk around. He looks very comfortable as well, and I'm just looking forward to seeing how he does in live competition, because it is a whole different animal than an online qualifier.
And speaking to some of these athletes, there's a lot to dissect in this event, and here are your recipes for success delivered by Trifecta.
Well, first of all, it is the pacing. You need to recognize that the first run can't be slow, but also you can't blow yourself up. Second thing to think about is you need to push it on the double unders. We've seen it so many times that pretty much the same speed on the run, pretty much the same speed on the rower, then you get to the double unders, and that's where you can really kind of make a difference. The difference you make there sets you up for success potentially on the last run, but you need to remember that you need to suffer. You're not going to be able to see where everybody else is at, so the only thing you can do is really throw everything in the kitchen sink at the last 1,000 meter.
And hand in the air for a handful of athletes, including Reggie Fossa, an athlete that I think many in the crowd expect to do well here in Event 1.
Well, it's one of these athletes, as soon as you go to an event in Europe, you're going to hear, hey, you may want to keep an eye on Reggie Fossa. But he's also an athlete that we hear has a tendency to blow up and go out just a little bit hot.
And it was Heinrich Happelainen was the first athlete to the rower, followed by a motley of athletes just behind him. A little too close to call, but a vast majority of the men in this top heat off at the same time. But Heinrich Happelainen was the first to the rower, had about a 5 to 10 second lead on the rest of the field.
And wrap your head around this just for the fun of it. So they need to run to the actual runner. They finished the 1,000 meter run and they're back on the rower before the 4-minute mark. That's a fast opening time. So that's Reggie Fossa's screen you have in the middle of your screen right there. So he's a stroke rate of 27, 29 now, and he's maintaining a speed at 1.45 per 500 meters. I would like to see that stroke rate go down just a little bit. This is an indication that he's pushing well with his legs, but not really following through on the pull.
And Fossa's a guy that the last couple of years, I feel like many in the UK were kind of expecting to break through. Got a little bit of hype, but maybe underperformed at semifinals last year, and a strong start certainly wouldn't hurt here this weekend.
Not at all, and I think that's an interesting point you're bringing up there, Tommy, because what it is he's got a lot of potential in everything that he does. And I think that he gets really, really enthusiastic and really fired up about it. And as I said, has a tendency to come out just a little bit too hot. I think what he has now is he has a lot more experience. He's been on the floor a lot, and I think that kind of gives him a chance to come back and just kind of hold his pace and not worry too much about everybody else. I mean, kind of a Dan Bailey-ish vibe about that.
Fossa all the way in lane number 15. He will have the advantage of being able to look down the line too and see kind of where everybody is. He's not in the middle in the fray, if you will. So one of the few advantages of being on the outside of lanes sometimes. And we got 15 men in this heat, a little bit bigger for this longer event.
I mean, the only problem for Reggie Fossa is that right next to him you got Simon Muntele, and Simon Muntele is just, he always looks so relaxed. It's just like, yeah, I couldn't really care less, we're good. But he's going really fast. He's very, very capable on the rower as well. So there's Jon Nikowski actually looking at what's going on next to him, but so composed.
Koski, part of that Finnish contingent that came up underneath Mikko Salo, has really established himself in his own right. You know, 7 CrossFit Games appearances, and he's still only 27. Still plenty of potential for him.
Exactly. I mean, I know he has had some injury troubles in the past. I think that he's past all of that. And a Jon Nikowski who is healthy, who's feeling good, is always going to be dangerous, even in events like that wouldn't necessarily be his wheelhouse. I mean, the row compared to some of these big athletes right next to him wouldn't necessarily be it, but he's going to do well.
And right next to him as one of the top qualifiers out of the quarterfinals is PD Savage.
That's a fast stroke rate.
As we cross the 7-minute mark here in event number 1, the top men's heat. They're making their way through 2K on the rower. As you can see the screen for PD Savage counting down. Once they get off the rower, they will head to their jump rope for 300 double unders.
So it's a 140, he's actually increasing his pace now. So he's down to 141, but he's at a 34, 35 stroke rate. So strokes per minute are 35 right now, 35-ish. That's a lot.
A little bit higher than what we've seen so far.
It is a lot higher, and I'm wondering. I'm not going to question anything because I haven't been training with these guys. I don't know, but in a perfect world, I would have liked him, theoretically at least, to go just a little bit slower on the stroke rate, but a little bit more power output.
And you contrast that with Reggie Foss's screen here at 26 strokes per minute, about 147, so a little bit slower on the overall rate, but he is close as far as the meters left between Fossa and PD Savage.
Love seeing that, though. We talked about him coming out a little bit hot. This gives us an indication that maybe that's not the case anymore.
And is it possible that maybe with their coach, they've ironed out some benchmark numbers on this road? Hey, maybe pick it up here for a few hundred meters, maybe slow it down here.
I think they should definitely, considering that they've had access to these events for about a week, a little bit more than a week, that definitely should have happened.
As these athletes get off the rower to the double unders, this is where, Mads, we've really seen some of the top performers, both in the men's heat in Heat 1 and the women overall, really start to separate themselves. We just saw Jonakowski in the full men's field here in Heat number 2, starting to close in on the back half of this rower. Henrik Haapalainen, center right of your screen, was the first athlete to the rower. He's in lane number 11. You can see with that green stripe towards the front.
And we talked about it before, and I just want to reiterate because this is so important. If you're a good rower, technically, you're going to get off the rower. It may not be a lot faster, but you will have spent a lot less energy.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a law of diminishing returns as far as the stroke rate, how much you put in versus how much you get out in terms of the meters that go by.
Oh, PD Savage's judge's hand is in the air. Same thing with Andre Hudea.
We've got a handful of athletes with their judges' hands in the air. Antoine, it looks like Dumaine, Heinrich Haapalainen, Elliot Simmons, PD Savage, Alex Katulis, Willie George, a handful of athletes whose names we haven't said yet, but they all have their judges' hands in the air as they close out this 2,000 meters on the rower as we're past the 10-minute mark now.
I think we're going to see pretty much the same script as we've seen in the past. This is where things need to start happening as they get off and get onto the jump rope.
And as you mentioned in our recipes for success, really go for it on the double unders because we've seen some varying techniques. As PD Savage, lane number 5, you can see with the bluish shorts, first to the double unders, and on the far end of the field with the blue top, I believe that's Antoine Dumaine, and lane number 13.
So these athletes are getting themselves into a 1,000 meter run, 2,000 meter row, 300 double unders, and then they get to finish off with a 1,000 meter row. Time cap 26 minutes, shouldn't be an issue. What will, though, is going to be whether they're going to be able to string these double unders together more or less unbroken.
The top 3 in your heat right now, it was PD Savage first off the rower, followed by Antoine Dumaine, and then it looked like Elliot Simmons there in the center of your screen. He's in lane number 4 next to Savage. He was one of the top 3 to 4 men in getting to the double unders.
And the lead that PD Savage had on Andre Dumaine was only 12 double unders. That's one break, is pretty much what it is.
And these athletes will have to progress every 100 reps, move into separate sections, and PD Savage is the first to the second section. And it looks like PD Savage is followed closely behind by lane 12, Tommaso Pieri out of CrossFit Bad Beast. We haven't said his name at all. He's been towards the middle of the pack, but he's starting to make a move on these double unders.
Exactly. And he looks very relaxed. Relaxed shoulders, relaxed jump.
Man, he does not look strained at all. That is beautiful technique.
It is. So if you're looking for a textbook, this is it.
And PD Savage, you can't see it, but he just took a break. So Tommaso Pieri, center of your screen here with the green shorts, could move into the overall lead coming out of the double unders. And it was close. This is actually a much closer heat than we've seen in the previous men's heat or the women. And we've got a handful of athletes moving forward. PD Savage is into, it looks like his final section of double unders, along with Tommaso Pieri, Simone Muntele, and they're also joined by Heinrich Happelainen and Antoine Dumain. It's gonna be close here. PD Savage, one of the first athletes off the rower into the double unders.
This is all coming down to the run. These guys are just too close to call right now. The interesting thing is going to be who gets to the run first and how much time have they left for anybody else. And PD Savage breaks again.
Savage has had a couple breaks here, a couple trip-ups on the double unders.
Henrik Happelainen, first one.
It looks like Henrik Happelainen has taken the overall lead into the final 1,000 meter run. Just beyond him with the green shorts on the far right side of your screen, that's Tommaso Pieri. They're 1-2 to the runner. And now Elliot Simmons at the bottom of your screen in the gray shirt, cut off sleeves. He was third to the runner, followed by PD Savage, Alex Catoulis, and Willie George, a whole host of men close behind in the race for 4th and 5th. But Elliot Simmons in the front of your screen here with the cutoff shirt, he was third to the runner, just behind your overall leaders, Heinrich Happelainen and Tommaso Pieri.
And Tommaso Pieri running really, really well as well, looking incredibly relaxed. This is a great shot right now. You can kind of see everybody's upper body as we go to PD Savage, who looked good, but had a couple of slip-ups in the last 100 double unders.
And Savage was your overall leader to the double unders, and those few slip-ups ultimately opened the door for Tommaso Pieri and Heinrich Happelainen, who took the overall lead going into this final 1,000 meter run. And those are your overall leaders in lane 11 and 12 on the left-hand side. In lane 11, Heinrich Happelainen followed closely behind, but Tommaso Pieri in lane 12. They were the first to the runner. Pieri just a few steps behind Happelainen. We'll have to see maybe if he can make it up in this 1,000 meters, but you can see by the chess piece moving, Happelainen extending his lead just a little bit.
And look at the cadence, the difference in cadence between Tommaso Pieri and Henrik Happelainen. Henrik Happelainen leaning just a little bit further forward and a faster cadence than Tommaso Pieri.
Yes, it goes Happelainen on the left-hand side on the right box of your screen. Pieri in second in lane number 12 on the right-hand side, and the third athlete to the runner was in that left box, Elliot Simmons. So your top 3 overall in this heat.
Left side of your screen, Elliot Simmons is really pushing it.
Simmons, a former individual athlete as well, hasn't been back since 2019. Hoping to reverse that trend.
And that's the face we're looking for right there, but Henrik Happelainen.
And Andre Houdet was the last athlete in this heat to get to the runner. You can see it looking like, just by his posture, struggling a little bit.
Jaws are not relaxed at all. Shoulders are still moving, which is a good sign, but he needs to relax his jaw and get up, head up just a little bit and start breathing.
And the time to beat from the earlier heat, 17:25, less than a minute to that time set by Ludwig Hansen. And Henrik Happelainen is in his final section of this 1,000 meter run. The hand is in the air for his judge.
Oh, that is fast.
And it's Heinrich Happelainen out of lane 11, crosses the finish line unofficially with a time of 16:57, beating the previous time to beat from Ludwig Hansen.
Elliot
Simmons overtaking for second, 17:14. That'll be good for second overall. And now Tommaso Pieri is in, just barely ahead of the previous time to beat in the earlier heat. And Willie George is in. Antoine Dumain, a whole host of athletes. Alex Catoulis getting greeted by his fans at the finish line. And it's going to be close because the top time from the previous heat was sent by Ludwig Hansen at 17:25, and it looks like at least 4 athletes got in. Jonikoski's across now, just around the 17:50 mark. Guillaume Briand, we just missed him, but he is across, one of the top qualifiers out of France at 17:50 as well. And then Reggie Fossa had the early lead off the runner, but faded just towards the back half of that workout. He's in at 17:57.
And Simon Muntele right there, finishing up.
Only a few athletes left on the runner. That's lane number 2, Dimitris Fotio, and I believe Andre Houdet are the last 2 remaining athletes closing out this run. Houdet is in. He's in at 18:39. Able to make up a little bit of time there on that final run. And the lone athlete out on the floor is Dimitris Fotio from Mad Hall CrossFit in lane number 2. Still about 7 minutes to the time cap. Fotio is on his final section as his judge's hand is in the air.
Oh, those legs look numb. Can't blame him. It is a horrible combination of things to do.
And in a longer time domain as well, as we close in on 20 minutes. And that's going to do it for Fotio as he gets in with a time of 19:41.67. But your leader in the heat and winner of the event is Heinrich Happelainen, in with a time of 16:57. He absolutely blasted this one.
He sure did. It's impressive. I mean, he didn't want his countryman Ludwig Hansen to have that one, so he got out. He got after the run. First one off the run, got to the rower. PD Savage overtook him on the rower, but he got challenged a little bit on the jump rope there, and Tommaso Pieri kind of got into the lead. After that, however, Henrik Happelainen caught back up again on the double under, so just blasted by everybody else. And once he got back on the run, he really pushed it. Higher cadence, better breathing patterns altogether, and crushed the time.
Both heat winners coming from Finland. Happelainen gets the overall win. The top time from the first heat, Ludwig Hansen holds on for a top finish. He's in at 5th overall. Happelainen followed by Simmons, Pieri, and Willie George snuck in there in 4th towards the end. So a host of top names towards the top of the leaderboard after this first event.
Great to see Willie George in there.
Some impressive performances across the board. Looking at this leaderboard, what stands out to you, Mads?
Well, it's just Henrik Happelainen that goes out there and does exactly what it is we wanted him to do, which is establish himself as the athlete we know he is. So yeah, no, I'm happy to see him there.
And your winner, Heinrich Happelainen, is standing by with Biba Masdottir.
Henrik, this was a long event. How did you keep control of yourself, like in the beginning?
I tested this workout like 1 week before, and I had pretty similar paces. Actually, I was 1 sec slower in my training. So I just wanted to start really fast and be first on the row, and then I feel like I can recover on the double unders, so I can push the last run again.
Coming into this year of competition, how has this past year been for you, like in training and stuff?
It's been great. I've been in the training plan team, and Jami Tikkanen has been doing my programming, and last year was like my breakthrough year, and I was in the first time in the games and Rogue Invitational and Dubai, so it was great. Yeah.
You have a good crowd with you. I saw you hugging somebody out there. Who is with you here this weekend?
My coach Jami, my manager Snorri Baron, and of course my girlfriend's sister and her boyfriend, and some friends from Finland. Like, I have really big support group here.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Henrik.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bibba. That's going to do it for event 1 here for the men. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, the teams will take the floor for event 2 here at Strength and Depth. The 2022 CrossFit Semifinals are presented by Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. By Rogue, Don't Weaken. By Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. By Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the Noble CrossFit Games. And by GoWad, the official mobility partner of the Noble CrossFit Games.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. No bull.
It's super important to have a baseline level of where you're at. Being able to have data at your fingertips is just a great way to improve your overall life and health. The at-home Thorne tests are just an amazing tool. You can have some tangible evidence as to here's what's going on in your system. It's looking at the body as a whole and trying to fix different systems that will then contribute to overall health.
Hi everybody and welcome. We're going to first begin by talking about the definition of CrossFit.
All right guys, go ahead and sit back and down. Fight for that position. Push your knees apart from each other, just like that. Excellent job.
This is a fitness that is considered broad, general, and inclusive.
What's the biggest impact I can have on this athlete right here in this second?
Doctor said my season was totally over, but it was not only that. He told me, oh, maybe you will not be able to go back to the top of your sport. Lots of persons forgot me after injury. It was okay, we're done. Oh, next athlete. I'm really angry to show to some person that I'm not done and I can do some good stuff in CrossFit again.
What is this course about? Well, this weekend is your level 1. It's the introductory component. The flow and content is going to look like this. We are going to have what's called conceptual framework lectures. We're very big on defining things. So we'll define CrossFit, talk about fitness, give you our stance on nutrition, talk technique, as well as programming. In addition to that, we're going to have what's called 9 foundational movements, and we're going to give them to you in 3 series. We'll have a squat series, a press series, and also a deadlift series. While those lectures are going on, you'll have a demo person up front here on a box showing you all the things we want to see in movement and also some areas that can get yourself into trouble. From there, we're going to break out into small groups onto the main floor here, where you're going to get a chance to be led by one of my ninja/rockstar trainers. It's very hands-on, very practical application. So if you're that person that came here this weekend looking to have your own personal movement corrected, that's going to be an opportunity for you. But in addition to that, if you're looking to become a trainer or you're currently a trainer looking for some additional cues and corrections for fixing movement, it's going to be appropriate for that as well. One of the coolest things about this program is its infinite scalability. And so whether you are a games athlete or whether you're somebody that is never done a CrossFit workout before, we have no way of knowing that. And so when it comes time for the workouts, if you'll just let us know where you are in the process, hey, I got a nagging shoulder, elbow, or whatever the story is, we will take care of you. And our goal is to make sure that we give you the appropriate stimulus for the workout that we're doing, but also keep you safe in the process. You're gonna have a good time this weekend, gonna learn a lot, gonna laugh a lot.
det er sjovt. Jeg ved ikke, det er fordi de piger der, dem der står helt over, de sender pigerne afsted for at se klart den frem.
In lane 2, CrossFit Bladen. And out onto the Husafeld carry first. Lane number 2, CrossFit Bladen. Closely followed by lane 8. CrossFit Surbiton Motion Training. These guys are going for it. If you don't have a Husafeld in your gym, I reckon you should get one. Go to the road stand and buy one. CrossFit Bladen out again onto the Husafeld carry. CrossFit Zug finishing their Husafeld carry now. We are 2.5 minutes in to the 15-minute time cap. CrossFit Zug looking very strong on this event. In lane 5, CrossFit Butchers Lab BL putting in a strong performance. In lane 4, North Engine CrossFit. Out on the Husafeld carry. Hot on the hills in lane 6, Las Tablas CrossFit TFA Caffeine. In 1, CrossFit with them out on the Husafeld carry. Closely followed by Elhurst CrossFit in lane 3. In lane 2, CrossFit Bladen out. In for the tag for CrossFit Bladen. CrossFit Rotherham CFR Black out onto that Husafeld carry. Las Tablas also on the Husafeld carry. CrossFit Bladen going very, very strong. Hot on the hills, CrossFit with them.
CrossFit Bladen with another tag. CrossFit with them coming in for the changeover. Lane number 8, CrossFit Service and Motion Training, looking really strong on that Husafel carry. In 5, CrossFit Butchers Lab BL. In for the tag to get back onto some ring muscle ups. CrossFit Bladen coming back now for the tag. On to their last set of 80-foot handstand walks. Can anybody catch CrossFit Bladen in this heat? Lane number 8, CrossFit Service and Motion Training are having a good go at it. First team member over the line for CrossFit Bladen and CrossFit Service and Motion Training. Out on the handstand walks now, also in lane number 6, Las Tablas CrossFit TFA Caffeine. CrossFit Bladen now onto the first of the second set of handstand walks. CrossFit Service and Motion Training releasing their second pair of athletes as well. North Engine CrossFit. Finishing up on their first pairs, second set of handstand walk. CrossFit Bladen with their pair number 2 on the handstand walk on the way back to the ring for 4 rounds. You go, I go, which will be 2 rounds each of 12 ring muscle ups and 160-foot Husafel carry. North Engine CrossFit now out onto their first lot of the second set of handstand walks. CrossFit Bladen onto their second pairs, first set of muscle ups now. We are 9.5 minutes into our 15-minute time cap. CrossFit Rotherham CFR Black. Out onto their handstand walks now for their second pairs. Lane 3, Airhurst CrossFit. On to the Husserl carry, running the 80-meter, 160-meter feet. CrossFit with a release in their second pair now. Come on, the boys! The athletes here at the finish line willing their teammates to go faster. Husserl carry from CrossFit Zug. Lane 6, Las Tablas CrossFit TFA Caffeine. CrossFit Rotherham CFR Black doing bits up the end. Come on. We are 12 minutes and 25 seconds into the time cap. We only have 2.5 minutes to go. Can any of these teams finish? Husserl carry for CrossFit with them. Lane number 5, CrossFit Bundesland BL, running down the 80-foot with the Husserl carry. We have 90 seconds left in this workout. Who can get the farthest? Can anybody finish? We have 60 seconds left. Lane 4, North Engine CrossFit, out onto the 80-foot handstand walk. 40 seconds to get it done. Can they finish? 35 seconds. 30 seconds. 20 seconds to finish. 10 seconds. And 3, 2, 1, time. We have one finisher in North Engine CrossFit! Let's make some noise for our teams. Heat number 1. Heat 1, if we can make our way off of the competition floor, please. Making way for heat number 2.
welcome to the competition floor our next heat of elite teams. In lane 1, CrossFit Oslo Underdogs. Lane 2, CrossFit 8020. Lane 3, CrossFit Mayflower. Lane 4, CrossFit Aylesbury. Lane 5, CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. Lane 6, CrossFit Nordic Original. Lane 7, CrossFit Trondheim.
The London Excel Arena for day 1 of the competition at Strength and Depth. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Tommy Marquez here alongside Mads Jacobsen. Bibba Masdottir will be joining us shortly. Your overall standings after one event. A lot of Norwegian flags up there. Oslo Navy Blue takes the event win, followed by Trondheim, Sarpsborg, and then CrossFit Bladen from an earlier heat finished in the top 5 as well. This team event 2, brought to you by Arasti, is titled the Goat Pen.
It is, and it is an 80-foot handstand walk followed by 6 rounds of 6 ring muscle-ups and a 160-foot Husafell carry. Male weight is 75 kilos, female weight is 50 kilos. It is the first male and female pair that will do that. Then the second male and female pair will share a 80-foot handstand walk, then onto 4 rounds of 12 ring muscle-ups, 160-foot Husafell carry, finishing off with an 80-foot handstand walk.
Let's go down to Bibba to learn more about that Husafell bag.
Oh yeah, quick story about the Husafell bag. So it's from Husafell in Iceland, and the original stone is 186 kilos. So that's 410 pounds, I think. And they used to use it as a test of strength. So they would lift it up and carry it around a goat pen.
Hence the name Goat Pen. And this is your start list for heat number 2. You'll notice that there has been a withdrawal from Oslo Underdogs in lane 1, as well as Butcher's Lab in lane number 8. But a couple teams you've got your eye on in this heat overall, and it starts with your overall leader as well in CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue.
It is. I think they're going to do really, really well. It's a well-balanced team, and this is one of these places, or another one of these events, where there's just absolutely nowhere to hide if you have a deficiency. That team, however, I feel like has absolutely no deficiencies. They've got just strong and stronger athletes instead.
And just a little quick update there on our lane assignments. Nordic Original will be moving lanes. They were originally slated to be in lane number 6. They are moving to lane number 1. Just a slight equipment malfunction, so they slid over to lane number 1 just to be safe. It's the crew from Stockholm, Sweden. Eric Rubio, Alexander Alibro, Michaela Norman, and Antonia Falk-Kodolinski. They will be in lane number 1 for this event number 2. And it should be noted that only one team from the previous heat was able to finish underneath the time cap. That is North Indian CrossFit, crossing at 14:55. The remaining teams were working their way through their second pairing in this event.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how big is the difference really between these two heats. Are we going to see the same kind of setup, or are we just going to see every team here just blast right through it?
And touching on that, Mads, in this event too, your recipes for success delivered by Trifecta.
Yes, so it is patience on the muscle ups. Don't try to force your way through them, because your grip is going to get fried and you will find yourself getting in trouble. Don't stress the handstand walk. We've seen it in the past, and we've seen it in a lot of the events qualifying to this year's CrossFit Games, that handstand walks, once you start forcing them, you come down, and that's where you lose the lead. And then the other one, fast second pair. We usually talk about clearing the field, but what's important here is that the last pair are fast, that they're able to go out there and win it.
And heat number 2 is underway here for team event 2, and the first athlete pairing, they'll run the entire length of the floor, reset, and handstand walk their way back to the rig.
And we have CrossFit Oslo right there in the middle of your screen. They have begun their handstand walk. The best of these teams are going to go unbroken with no problem whatsoever. And as we talked about before, there are some places in an event like this where you can win it, and there are others where you can lose it. I think the handstand is one of these places where you can lose it, not necessarily because you can't do it, but because you get stressed once you get to the rings.
As you can see, Nordic Original in lane number 1. I believe they're the only team to have a male athlete in their first pairing. So you're able to choose how you mix up these pairings, and they're going with a mixed gender one. Everyone else basically choosing to go with their female athletes.
Exactly, and I happen to know that the Nordic team did a bunch of different tryouts where they basically went through these and they were like, well, how do we want to set ourselves up? And so decided that this was going to serve them best. Whether that pans out or not, well, that remains to be seen.
And as you see Eric Rubio there on the Husafeld bag carry, he is the first athlete to that carry. And then this pairing will go through 6 rounds of 6-ring muscle-ups and a 160-foot Husafeld bag, but they will go in alternating order. So athlete 1 does a round, athlete 2 does a round, you go, I go, and from there on out until they finish their 6 rounds, and then it's back to the handstand walk.
Exactly. This is one of the things I love the most about the team competitions as we're looking at Oslo right now, is how do you tackle the different challenges that you get out there. And this is one of these events where there's a lot of freedom of how you want to pair athletes up. So what's gonna serve you best?
And it's Antonia Falk-Kodolinski who is the first athlete to the 2nd round of 6 in this little couplet we have. She's finishing up her 160-foot Husafeld bag carry, and she tags off to Eric Rubio as most of these teams are into their 2nd round now.
And CrossFit Oslo in lane number 5 on the right side of your screen right now. They were a little bit behind to start with, but they've caught up, and I'm just impressed with that team. It's just, we were wondering if they got better, and I think the answer is yes.
And you see on the right-hand side of your screen, I believe that's Ingrid Hodenemir as part of Oslo Navy Blue, and we heard in their interview earlier today that they feel like they have 2 of the best females in the game as far as the Affiliate Cup is concerned.
I'm pretty sure that both these female athletes could be on the floor as individual athletes if they really wanted to. That they chose to. It's a conscious choice that they make to go out here and be a team. That's, I think, really, really cool.
And that is Nordic Original on your screen. They are the leader through 3 rounds here. It goes Nordic Original, then Oslo Navy Blue in lane number 5.
You got to feel sorry for Eric Rubio, though. First of all, he got thrown into this a week and a half ago, so that was the prep he had for this. Secondly, Antonia Kodolinski is just so fast that the rest he gets to recover is just virtually non-existent.
And in lane 9, that is CrossFit Sarpsborg. They are in 3rd overall, so just behind the 2 teams to your leader. I believe that's Lynn Finstad working her way through her 6-ring muscle-ups. So you see Nordic Original at the bottom of your screen, black pants, gray top. See Lena Richter from Oslo Navy Blue towards the center top of your screen. Now there with the blue top, tagging off to Ingrid Hodenemir. They're just behind in 2nd. They're fighting for the overall lead with Nordic Original. And then just a second ago, we saw Sarpsborg in 3rd. So those are your top 3 teams as we're past the 4-minute mark here in event number 2. Once this pairing gets through 6 rounds, they'll finish off another handstand walk and tag off to the 2nd team.
And that's going to be an ungrateful handstand walk. Your grip is going to be so fried. Your sensory impulses from your hands are going to be non-existent, and your arms are going to be tired.
As you see lane number 2, that's CrossFit 80-20. In the front of your screen in the white top, black shorts. Behind them, that was Oslo Navy Blue. And Eric Rubio from Nordic Original finished up his last of 3 rounds, so he will tag off to Antonia Falk-Kodolinski. On your screen is Lena Richter from Oslo Navy Blue. They're on their final rounds here, and they will have to get to another 80-foot handstand walk to tag off to their 2nd team.
And they're going to be fast. That 2nd team, the 2 male athletes out of that Oslo team, are going to be so fast. It is going to be crazy.
And this is, I believe, the final Husafeld carry for Antonia Falk-Kodolinski. You can see on the back right of the screen the team they are in a close race with. That is Lena Richter from Oslo Navy Blue. I believe it's Oslo Navy Blue that is now in front with a little confusion there on the transition.
So they need to go for the handstand walk to the other end of the field now, yeah.
It appears like they maybe thought that they had another round in the couplet pairing, and just that little bit of a gap allowed Eric Rubio from Nordic Original to catch up and overtake Ingrid Hodenamir from Oslo Navy Blue.
And Eric Rubio, I'm just going to say it again, he's 22 years old. He's got a week and a half to prepare himself to be on this team. This is impressive.
You know, the best ability sometimes is availability, and
yes.
Eric Rubio made quick work of that handstand walk as Antonia Falk-Kotolinski gets through her portion of the 80-foot handstand walk, and they will release Nordic Original as the first team to their second pairing, as Lena Richter is across, and Oslo Navy Blue will also start their second pair. And here's where we start to see the difference in potential strategies. Oslo Navy Blue will have both of their male athletes. Nordic Original will have a mixed gender pair, as we see Alexander Alebro making quick work of the handstand walk. Just behind him at the far end of your screen is Michaela Norman from Nordic Original.
And this is where Michaela needs to be really careful. She can't get sucked into Alexander Alebro's pace because he is fast. She needs to operate from her ability and contribute to the team that way.
These athletes will have to complete these in 20-foot sections, so don't want to have a slip up and have to reset after any one of these. Is Nordic Original and Oslo Navy Blue, Nordic on your left, Oslo on your right. And the first two teams to the second pairing, excuse me.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going to say, I'm expecting, I've got a lot of love for the Nordic team, obviously, but this Oslo team is going to impress. They're going to go so fast. Just look at Elvin right there. It's just, it doesn't take him a lot of energy. He just get a pretty low landing, but I mean, it really doesn't matter. What he wants to do is save his bicep for that Husafell carry.
And just to the left of Oslo, in lane number 4, that's CrossFit Aylesbury, Team Tap. It's Jamie Lowry, the new addition to the team that went to the games last year on his round of 6 as well.
Alexander Elebro, just such an animal of a man.
And you see the arm length really paying off for Alexander as he's able to get all the way around that Husafell bag and intertwine the fingers.
And this is where it gets interesting. Michaela Norman in lane number 1 has traditionally had a bit of a challenge when it comes to muscle ups.
You can see Norman, that is her second rep of 6. And already starting to struggle just a little bit, so perhaps a little bit of strategy from Nordic to make sure they get their athletes as far out in front and give Michaela more time.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
That's Michaela Norman on the left-hand side, Nikolai Biladel on the right for Oslo Navy Blue, and they have pulled ahead into the overall lead.
Oh, Biladel, beautiful. It's cool to see a male athlete who's that tall, who utilizes those levers. He's got a great hip extension, so a great drive, and just waiting for that maximum height on his muscle ups. And once again, length of the arms.
And that's Nikolai Biladel making the turnaround for the Husafell bag. And just to the left of him in lane number 4, that's Mike Catras out of CrossFit Aylesbury. They have overtaken Nordic Original for second place in this heat.
A lot of teams are going to take over Nordic the way they're struggling with the muscle ups right now, to be honest.
Elvin Dahlengard, no problem with those muscle ups. 6 seems like a pretty approachable number for some of these elite athletes.
It sure does, and now we're seeing lane number 2, so CrossFit 80-20. We're seeing CrossFit Mayflower, all of them taking over Nordic, as Nordic just had, all they can do is really watch.
And CrossFit Aylesbury Team Tap out of Aylesbury, England. Jamie Lowry, who is on the rings currently, Michael Catras, Madeline Harris, and Charlotte Spence. The bottom 3 are returning from the games qualifying team just a year ago.
Exactly, and I was talking to them yesterday, and they were like, yeah, we'll see how it goes. And every time that team is kind of playing themselves down, you know that there's a bunch of potential.
As to see a good portion of this heat making their way through the second round. And Michaela Norman, lane 1 for Nordic Original, really struggling with these muscle ups.
Yeah, and remember, so it's 12. It's 4 rounds of 12 muscle ups, and at this pace, they're not going to be able to finish. So the Aylesbury team right now are currently in the lead, so they're actually going faster than Oslo, which is something I did not see coming. And Sarpsborg as well.
CrossFit Sarpsborg moves in to the top 3 over in lane 9. And Jamie Lowry from CrossFit Aylesbury, center of your screen, tags off to Michael Catras as they work through their portion of 6 rounds of 6 muscle ups and a Husafell bag carry.
And there you go, CrossFit Sarpsborg right there, middle of your screen. Oh, that's a low hold. It's going to cost him.
The pairing of Trygve Nielsen and Marius Olsen making their way through this couplet. You can see barely able to get those fingers intertwined as he's carrying that Husafell.
If he pulls the next one up just a little bit further, gets a bit more height, then that's going to be easier for him.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about this odd object in the Husafell bag and trying to, get it up into a good position for a hold, because this is the first time we've seen it, at least at this stage of competition.
Yeah, and I think it's an awesome thing to see. I mean, people get used to slam balls, you get used to the sandbags, and it's like, yeah, so let's have another implement right here.
And my apologies, there is an adjustment for this second pairing. Instead of the 6 rounds, they go through 4 rounds of 12 ring muscle ups and 160-foot Husafell bag. So fewer rounds, more reps, similar workload overall.
Exactly.
And it looks like Oslo Navy Blue is done. Both of their male athletes now onto the final 80-foot handstand walk. The time to beat from the previous heat, 14:55 from North Engine CrossFit. A 15-minute time cap, and only one team, North Engine, was able to finish underneath the cap.
You can see Oslo shouldn't have a problem with that now.
And you can see Michael Catras walking by with the Husafell bag as CrossFit Aylesbury is solidly in second. Once he gets back, they will start their handstand walk.
So 14:55, the time to beat. That's not going to be a problem for Oslo. Let's see how many other teams are going to be able to make that time cap.
And Nikolai Biladel closing in on the finish line. A few more sections of the handstand walk to go. And Oslo Navy Blue can make it 2 for 2 on day number 1. That's going to do it for Biladel, and the top team coming into this weekend stays perfect on day number 1 with 2 event wins. Aylesbury is in. That's a huge performance from them.
Well, so Mike Catras still out there on the floor for Aylesbury, but yeah.
I spoke too soon. I watched Jamie Lowry's face and tapped into the emotion there. So Michael Catras from CrossFit Aylesbury, about 35 seconds to the cap before they can be potentially the 3rd team to finish. And every little placement matters on the point spread at the end. And Catras, 1 more section to go. And Aylesbury is in with a time of 14:47. That will be good enough for 2nd in the event. That is a huge finish for the team that came in 10th overall after that first event.
And they should be proud of that. That was a great execution of that event.
And that's going to do it as the time cap expires. A handful of teams onto the handstand walk. For the most part, most teams were not able to finish, but your winners, Oslo Navy Blue, had no problem getting under the cap for another event win.
Not at all. I mean, and they weren't really threatened either. I mean, let's look at what happened right here. To start with, CrossFit Nordic's first pair came out and took an early lead, but they were caught up by the CrossFit Oslo team, and it was blow by blow until the second pair came on. Once they came on, everybody else was kind of struggling. There were a bit of transitions for every other team except for one, Oslo's Navy Blue.
And really the only mix-up was the confusion around when they should start their handstand walk, because once they got through their first pair, they were able to overtake Nordic Original. They were struggling. Michaela Norman having a tough time on the rings, but
I mean, she did struggle, and we said she has traditionally had a bit of a challenge with that. So here we see some of the athletes running with the stone as well. It's just made it look pretty easy, to be honest. And if you're as strong as Nikolai is, and then you know, it's a good little walk.
Nice little stroll through the park for Oslo Navy Blue. The top 3 unofficially in event number 2. Oslo Navy Blue, Aylesbury, and then North Engine CrossFit. Strong performance from that first heat. It holds up for a top 3 time overall. But Oslo Navy Blue gets another event win, and they're down on the floor with Biba Mascotter.
Guys, a perfect day. 2 events, 2 wins, 200 points. I'm wondering, how were you how was the strategy behind the pairing, female, female, male, male?
So I think on this one, I think the boys are a little bit better on ring muscle ups. So since there was a bigger set of 12, we had to do it by that. We can walk on our hands really fast. Everybody's strong on the walk, so we had to do it from the skills on the muscle ups.
Nikolai, you're new to the team.
Yes.
What's the difference competing as an individual and then as a team?
Team is more fun, to be honest, of course. Individual is more, you can't hide your weaknesses in here, but you can just use everybody's skills. He's a rock star.
Guys, 2 days left. What are the plans for this evening?
So we're gonna go home, have some tacos, relax, and play a game called Nils. It's a card game. Just relax, get some good hours of sleep, and then wake up in the morning and prepare for some heavy lifting.
I like it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Biba. Tacos and cards, that is a winning combination for a winning team in Oslo Navy Blue. Teams are done for the day. We're gonna take a quick break and some light coverage in Heat 1, but when we return, Heat 2 for the women. The 2022 CrossFit Semifinals are presented by Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. By Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. By O2, the official recovery drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. And by the U.S. Army. Know your Army.
1 minute. This workout we're about to watch is 3 rounds per time, 12 ring muscle-ups, 30 alternating single leg squats, and 9 hang power snatches. Thirty seconds. Stand by. Here we go. It is heat 1 of our second elite individual event, female athletes. 3 rounds for time, 12 ring muscle-ups to start, 30 alternating single leg squats, and then 9 hang power snatches at 48 kilos. Celia Tonison, she is in lane 2. Samantha Bragg stepping forward for her single leg squats. Celia Tonison, she's stepping forward for her 30 single leg squats. Hannah Phipson, she's also in lane 9. She's working through her first set. Spectators, come on, let's give these ladies a cheer. Let's hit it! Athletes will advance forward every 10 reps. And as soon as they've completed their 30 reps, 9 hang power snatches. Well done to Katerina Izeli. Last few reps for Karina Simoes. Well done, Samantha Briggs. 1 round completed. Karina Simoes, she's in lane 4. She's finished her first round. 3 minutes in. Let's just remember there's a 12-minute time cap in this workout. Look at the strength in lane 7. It's Katerina Izeli making light work of those snatches. She's got 3 to go. Come on, give it a cheer! Come on, Katerina! There she goes, she's finished her first round. Coming up on 4 minutes and chipping into that second round. Samantha Briggs, she's already finished 12 ring muscle-ups. Holding out strong. She's advancing forward. She's already completed 10. Separating herself from second, Hannah Phipson. She's taken on her second set of single leg squats. Just behind her, Celia Tonison. She's in the far lane, lane 2. Make some noise for Samantha Briggs for her second set of hang power snatch. Five down, 4 to go. Come on, Sam! Hannah Phipson stepping up to her bar. Last snatch for Sam. Well done, she's completed 2 rounds. Just over 6 minutes on the clock. Hannah Phipson's got 5 to go. Celia Tonison making light work of that barbell, 48 kilos on the bar. There's Karina Simoes working through her reps. Come on, Katrina! Marta Riccotini from CrossFit Felsina. She's finished her second round. Well done, Marta. 1 more round to go. 7 minutes 45 on the clock with a 12-minute cap. Samantha Briggs finished her final set of ring muscle-ups. Here she goes for her last set of single leg squats. And she's completed 15. Come on, let's get behind her! Well done to Katarina Izeli. She's finished her second round. 1 more round to go. Come on, Katarina! in the time to beat for this workout. Congratulations to our heat winner, Samantha Briggs. There's still 90 seconds left on the clock. Will we see another athlete finish within the time cap? Here she goes, it's Hannah Phipson from CrossFit 1971. 9 reps to go. She's got 1 minute. I think she can do it. Come on, let's make some noise for Hannah Phipson! Looking strong, Hannah. She's gonna hold on. Amazing. Yes, let's go, Hannah. Yes. Congratulations, Hannah Phipson finished her workout with 30 seconds left on the clock. Here we have Marta Ricottini and Celia Tonison. Well, they managed their 9 reps with just 10 seconds to go. Come on, make some noise. 5, 3, 2, 1, take. Let's make some noise for our Heat 1 winner, Samantha Briggs!
One heat down is the second heat of women here. Line up for event number 2. Thank you for joining us inside the Excel London. Tommy Marquez here alongside Mads Jacobson. Bibba Masdottir will be joining us in just a moment. And we got a very different test compared to event number 1. And if you know your Dickens, you know it's absolutely named correctly in Havisham.
It is 3 rounds for time, 12 muscle ups, 30 alternating single leg squats, then on to 9 hang power snatches. Ladies will be using 48 kilos, and there's a 12-minute time cap.
It's presented by Arasti and named after Charles Dickens' famous character, Miss Havisham from Great Expectations. The recipes for success delivered by Trifecta.
Well, first of all, it's got grip. Do you have it or don't you have it? If you've got it, then you're going to keep on going. If you feel like you're losing it, you need a break. Takes us on to the second one, which is that break needs to be fast. Fast breaks right on the edge of when you need them.
I love it. And your lane assignments for this second heat, we already saw Sam Briggs do well in the first heat, but an athlete in particular here that you got your eye on, and that's lane 7 out of Great Britain, Evie Hollis.
It's Evie Hollis. I mean, she went all the way to the last chance qualifier last year. She finished 6th in the German throwdown and came 17th in Dubai. She's only 25 years old, and I think she's got a lot of potential.
And Evie Hollis, she spends most of her time training in Abu Dhabi, part of that European contingent that moves out that way, but he's definitely not surprised to see her do well here. And then your overall leader after one event, Amy Kringle, who kind of came up from a far lane in lane 15 in that second heat to take the win in that first event.
Well, she said she didn't know how she was going to do, and she may be last in this event. She also said that about the last event. So let's just see how that plays out.
Take it with a grain of salt. And heat 2 is underway for this second event, titled Havisham. 3 rounds for time of 12 ring muscle ups, and they'll advance forward and do 30 alternating single leg squats and finish with some hang power snatches. And 12 ring muscle ups isn't insignificant here, but you know, there are some athletes here that are more than capable of knocking these out.
Oh, definitely. But I think that's the treacherous thing about this, and the horrible thing about it as well, is that you do the first 12 because you're good to go and you feel like you've got that in the tank. You do the alternating squats, which is great. Move on to the snatches, the hang power snatches. Now, what is that? It's a violent hip extension, and it's grip intensive. Now you go back to the rings and you just took away the hip extension and your grip. So that's going to do something to your timing. And now you're still thinking that, hey, I can go unbroken for another 12. But after 4, you find yourself struggling.
And in lane 4, Maribel Gallardo and Evie Hollis, they are the first 2 athletes to their first round of 30 alternating single leg squats. And this is a movement that if you have any deficiencies, there is nowhere to hide.
No, not at all. I really appreciate an event like this because it does cater to, if you have good movement patterns, if you are very technically efficient, you're going to be doing great here. You're going to be able to actually power through it and excel in different parts as well and kind of create a gap. But if you're used to relying on power, that's going to be a rough day at the office for you.
Maribel Gallardo, 24, out of CrossFit Reus in Spain. First athlete to the hang power snatches. And in the previous heat, this is where we started to see some athletes separate themselves. Pretty close overall, getting to that barbell, but being able to rip through these really set Sam Briggs aside, and she was the top athlete from the previous heat.
Exactly, and what I like to see here from Evie Hollis is it's a little bit of, you know, well, hopefully that's a fast break, but it's also the way that she does it. It's a big drive through the hip, high elbows, and then punch the arms out. If you start turning that thing around too fast, that's a rotator cuff doing all the work that your trap should be doing. So
Gallardo on your left in lane number 4. On your right, Evie Hollis. They are the first 2 athletes through round number 1. They'll make their way to the rig, and all the way down in lane number 1, Silvia Garcia Izquierdo. See the purple hair in the blue shorts. All 3 heading back to the rig after round number 1.
And out in that's in lane number 10 as well, Nicole here. Back on the rings. Nicole here, who did great in the previous event.
I was just about to say, Nicole here had a strong performance, a top 10 finish in that first event and 9th overall. As you see, Silvia Izquierdo in lane number 1 working through her 12 muscle-ups.
And there she is, Nicole Herr. Or I think, actually, that was the American pronunciation. I think it would be here.
And it's tough, especially in this first day, because we don't reseed between heats. So she's in the top 10 right now, but still has to go from an earlier heat and kind of patiently await for the remaining athletes to go.
That's Amy Kringle right there, who said that the next event, or so this event, wouldn't exactly be her best event, but it does look like she's doing pretty good. She's landing a little low in those muscle-ups right now. In a perfect world, I would have liked to see her have those legs extended a little bit further so that she gets fully extended legs, then drives her hip, and then dips through the rings. But once again, I'm just one of those couch keyboard warriors right now.
You could see Kringle turning around and checking in with her coach behind her. As lane number 2, Elisa Fuliano has pulled towards the front of the pack. You can see Amy Kringle in the back of your screen, the black top, black pants. In the center of your screen, it looks like Chiara Salandra has moved into a close race for the top overall spot, along with Silvia Izquierdo in the front left of your screen.
Interesting to see here for Silvia Izquierdo how the difference between her right and her left leg, like the depth of her squat on those legs.
And so Elisa Fuliano on the right side of your screen with the, looks like the patterned pants and the black top, made up a ton of ground on that last set of ring muscle-ups. Fuliano out of CrossFit Altisano in Torino, Italy. And I think that has to be a good sign for her if those second ring muscle-ups went fairly quickly for her.
But Nicole here, still just relentless. Oh, that's pretty. That looks good.
And you can see, I'm always curious about the technique here. Nicole here bringing it to the hip for just a split second to pause, not dropping it directly down into that, you know, above the knee, below the knee position in the hang.
Yeah, and the reason she does that is to save her grip and save her lower back on that turn. And I think it's a brilliant thing to do, especially at a weight like this, because it is a taxing weight. You see the girls having to catch it progressively lower and lower. And if you know that's what's going to happen, go for fast sets of 3, as she does right now. Get a little bit of contact on the thigh on the way back down.
Reminds you of the like, position work that you might do if you're practicing the movement at your home affiliate.
Exactly. And it saves the grip. And if you know that, what we talked about before, that you get back to the rings and you're going to need that grip to position yourself and pull through on the rings, then I just think it's a smart way of going about your business.
And Nicole here was the first to the final round. She's just past the 6-minute mark, followed closely by Chiara Salandra in lane number 5 and Elisa Fuliano in lane number 2. So here, back to working on her final round of 12 muscle-ups. Remember the time to beat set in the previous heat, 10 minutes, 23 seconds by Sam Briggs. Much to the delight of the UK crowd here. As here, along with a handful of other women, working through their final round of ring muscle-ups.
And on the right side of Nicole here, that is Jonathan Fredriksson, one of the most experienced judges we have on the European circuit, who's been to the games a bunch of times as well, and virtually been a permanent resident on the judging side of the house. So great to see we have some judging pedigree in the house as well.
Always helpful to have. And lane 2, Elisa Fuliano has moved into the overall lead, much like she did in the previous heat, our previous round, made up a ton of ground in the muscle-ups, as you can start to see the fatigue set in on Nicole here on that last rep.
And this is exactly the beauty of this event. But Fuliano there looking good.
Getting close with those lockouts. Fatigue starts to pour in.
But I don't necessarily mind in the sense that if you're going to get in trouble, as long as you're above the rings, you can always kip your way to that full lockout. But if you can't get above the rings, you're really in trouble.
We saw Nicole here already down to singles on the muscle-ups. Fuliano with just a few reps left. A big opportunity to potentially move into the overall lead, and that was close.
That was close, and she needs to really get after that kip, and if she gets, there she goes. If she gets stuck, kip some more. Oh!
And a failed rep by Fuliano on the left opens the door for Nicole here You can see in the top right part of your screen in lane number 10, she is the first and only athlete on her final round of 30 single leg squats.
And the alternated single leg squats have not been a problem for Nicole. Nicole has been doing really, really good on those as well.
Fuliano is done, and she is to the single leg squats now, bringing some chalk with her along the way.
And she's increasing her pace as well.
And you can see in lane 5 in the center of your screen, Chiara Salandra also to the single leg squats. So it's Salandra at the center of your screen with the gray top.
Nice.
She is moving quickly through those single leg squats. This is one of those movements when you do it proficiently and quickly, it almost feels like you're dancing. It's like this beautiful flow to it.
Yeah, but exactly, and if you look at it, she's got pretty wide distance between her feet, so she kind of carries that momentum down in the bottom, and just the elasticity of her muscles just kind of drive her out of the hole. That's smart. But Nicole here, there you go.
Nicole here under her final set of hang snatches, and she has just under a minute now to go for the time to beat from Sam Briggs.
That's 6 reps right there.
And you can see in the far end of your screen there, Elisa Fuliano and Chiara Salandra both on the barbell as well. Here sets the bar down. Fuliano is holding on. Final rep for Fuliano, and she beats Nicole here to the line, goes unbroken, and just sneaks ahead of her at the finish line. Fuliano in with a time of 9:55. Nicole here crosses the line at 9:56. Chiara Salandra is in 10:04. We've got a couple more athletes. Silvia Izquierdo on the final rep. We're closing in on Sam Briggs' time from the previous heat of 10:23.
And this is exactly what Ollie Mansbridge was talking about when we talked programming. Who has the capacity to hold on to the bar on the last set?
Nicole here, she led most of the way. Chiara Salandra gave it a good push towards the end to close the gap. But what a finish from Fuliano as we see a handful of athletes rounding out their workout. That's Evie Hollis in lane number 7. She's on her final reps on the barbell. And Maribel Gallardo in lane 4 on the bottom left of your screen. She's on the final reps as well. Hollis is in unofficially at 11:01. Gallardo is in 11:08.
And now Amy Kringle gets to work on her snatches.
Amy Kringle, your overall leader coming into this event towards the back half of this heat. She looks good on the snatches. The movement looks good. Maybe it was just the squats or the muscle ups that gave her some trouble.
The muscle ups were giving her a little bit of trouble. She had to kind of break them up a lot at the end.
And on the far side of the screen, it looks like in lane number 9, Julia Blazejowska crosses. She's in with a time of 11:50.
Amy Kringle got her last repetition but didn't cross the line though.
So just unable to finish underneath the cap. 12 minutes expire, and that's going to do it for heat number 2 of event number 2, Havisham. And in a race that we saw some jockeying for first place the entire way, Elisa Fuliano makes an amazing push at the end.
Elisa Fuliano did a great job. I mean, she played it well. She didn't get sucked into the pace of some of the other athletes to start with. And just the speed and the turner on those last snatches, being able to hold on to the bar, that is brilliant. So let's look at what happened here. Nicole here, she came out to a blistering pace to start with, both on the muscle ups and on the pistols and on the barbell, with fast breaks on this with sets of 3. No problem whatsoever. We were all kind of looking at her, kept keeping an eye on her, but Elisa Fuliano, when she got to the last pistols, increased her cadence on those pistols, but then when she got to the barbell, there was no mercy. She just went right through it, and that's what got her the lead ahead of Nicole here, who got a little bit of a struggle on the on the muscle-ups there, and that was what opened up the door.
Fuliano made a furious charge on that final barbell, going unbroken, and Nicole here had to take a quick break in the final reps, and that opened up the door for Fuliano to beat her by a second to the finish line. Here are your results from heat number 2, the top 5 unofficially. Fuliano in at 9:55, just a second ahead of here. Solandra Izquierdo round out the top 4 with Evie Hollis in 5th. Heat 2 is done for the women. We're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, the top heat for the women, heat number 3, is gonna tackle event 2 in Havisham. One heat remains for the women here on day number 1 of 2022 Strength in Depth. Action coming to you from the Excel London. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Tommy Marquez alongside Mads Jacob and Viva Mastaughter. The second event has shaken things up a little bit, but here are your standings after one event. Amy Kringle, the surprise story, winning that first one, followed by Sola Sigurdardottir, Sam Briggs. You expect to see her at the top, and then a handful of recognizable names, but that was through that first event, a long endurance event. This second event brought to you by Arasti, very different. It's titled Havisham.
It is 3 rounds for time, 12 ring muscle ups, 30 alternating single leg squats, followed by 9 hang power snatches at 48 kilos with a 12-minute time cap.
And your recipes for success presented by Trifecta, considering what's at stake.
Well, they are. Got grip. Well, as long as you have it, keep going. Once you feel like it's slipping away, takes us straight to the second one, which is fast breaks. You cannot spend a lot of time waiting for your grip to recover. Fast breaks.
We've already seen that play out in the early women's heats, and here is the start list for your top women's heat overall coming into the weekend. A couple athletes that you have your eye on. Specifically, excuse me, lane number 4, Emma McQuaid.
Well, Emma McQuaid, I'm really looking forward to seeing her in an event like this. I think it's an event that she's going to do really well in. I think she does well on the muscle ups. Her pistols have been traditionally pretty fast, and on the barbell, that really shouldn't be a problem for her.
And then over in lane number 10, Emily Lundberg.
Emily Lundberg, I know that she's good at gymnastics, so that's not going to be a problem. I know that she's no stranger to the barbell either. I'm wondering if she can keep it together for that long, though.
And the final heat of women is underway. They'll hop up on the rings for a set of 12 ring muscle ups. And like we saw in the previous heat, Mads, it's not about this first set of ring muscle ups. Most of the athletes looked comfortable here. It's what comes after.
That is very true. It's kind of a Helen, a Helen approach. When you do the workout Helen, you're not looking for whoever's done on the first round the fastest. You're kind of looking for that person that accelerates on the second run. And this is the exact same thing.
As you see, Marie Robin in lane number 3, one of the first athletes off the rings alongside Emma McQuaid. Emma on the right side of your screen, now center of your screen, the white shirt, lane number 4. And just to her left is Jacqueline Dahlstrom in lane number 5, an athlete wouldn't be surprised to see towards the front.
Not at all, not at all. I think this is an event that is also very well suited for Jacqueline Dahlstrom. Jacqueline is great in the rings. look at the pace that she has on her pistols right now, and she does not look forced in any way, shape, or form. She looks like she's kind of relaxing, chalking up her hands at the same time as she's going. What's going to be interesting is to see how Jacqueline does with the barbell.
On the left side of your screen, that's Emma McQuaid. Right side in the gray top, white pants and knee sleeves, that is Jacqueline Dahlstrom. We've seen some varying techniques on these single leg squats. Some athletes choosing to hold their hand or hold their off foot. Other athletes canted forward. What really dictates it for you?
I think it's a lot about your levers, to be honest. I think you need to find a technique that kind of suits your levers so that you can balance yourself as well as possible over that front foot. There isn't that one technique that works for all.
And nearly the entire heat of women is already on the barbell for this first set of 9 hang power snatches. And it's Katrin Davidsdottir making quick work, cycling through that first round of 9 and back to the rings for another set of 12.
She looked really, really good on the barbell right there. She's followed by Jacqueline Dahlström. What I'm always interested to see when it comes to Katrin Tanja is how is she doing on the rings when the fatigues kind of set in.
And Dahlstrom got up on the rings almost immediately. Katrin taking a lengthy break before hopping up. And Dahlstrom is already looks like she may move into the overall lead in this heat.
That was a long break by Katrin Tanja. It allowed a lot of the other girls to get back on the rings. Emma McQuaid got back on the rings, as well. Emily Lundberg also got right back and got onto the ring. So
you see Katrin already taking another break and already switching to that kip out of the dip. You can see a lot of times athletes might utilize a backswing on the dip portion of the rings, but when they wait and let those knees come around, usually a sign of fatigue.
It usually is either that or the timing is onto the rings is just a little bit off, and so they kind of need to get a little bit more power. So while they're driving up, they're also trying to maintain their balance, because one of the things that's important is that you need to extend your arms. You get that full lockout, but you also need to be in control. You can't extend it on the way down.
And in lane number 10, Emily Lundberg is first off of the rings in round number 2. Ripping off a big chunk there in that last set of 12. And this is where we saw in the previous heat an athlete like Elise Fuliano, this second round of ring muscle-ups really proves key as far as the pacing and strategy in this event, as Lundberg is joined by Emma McQuaid in lane number 4, Jacqueline Dahlstrom in lane number 5, center of your screen with the weight belt and knee sleeves. And then Taylor Howe, we haven't talked about her much today, but she is in the top 5 of this heat right now.
And Taylor Howe, I mean, when she gets on the barbell, this is not a weight that, you know, I'm not even sure she knows there's weight on the bar. This is not going to be a problem for her. My biggest question when it comes to Taylor Howe is how she does on the rings. There she is, middle of your screen, just such a powerful athlete.
And Howe expected to do well in the complex later on this weekend, so a good finish here would certainly be a boost. But Emily Lundberg is your overall leader right now, heading into the second round of hang power snatches.
And this is where it gets interesting, because Emma McQuaid has actually made up a lot of time on Emily Lundberg on the pistols, and Jacqueline Dahlström as well.
Lundberg joined at the barbell by Dahlström and McQuaid. And I believe that's Thuri Helgadottir as well over in lane number 2. Lundberg had about a 4-rep lead over the rest of the field by the time they got their hands on that barbell.
And look at Thuri right there in the middle of your screen, right to the hip, and then just pops it right away again.
She's so fast through the middle, and almost by necessity, she's one of the lighter athletes in the field. So to move those heavier weights, she needs to be efficient. As you see, Katrin Davidsdottir starting to fall towards the back of the pack now, struggling just a little bit on the single-legged squats.
Emma McQuaid and Emily Lundberg, Jacqueline Dahlström, all finishing up pretty much at the same time. I think there's 10 meters between them.
We have ourselves a little bit of a race here in the final heat of women in event number 2 as they head back to the rings for their final set of 12 ring muscle-ups. This is where Emily Lundberg pulled ahead in the previous round. But so far, Jacqueline Dahlström the left-hand side of your screen in the gray top and long white pants, and Emma McQuaid just to the left of her in the white top.
And Jacqueline Dahlström has been going a lot faster than all the other girls on her pistols. That's where she's really kind of made her move now. Excited to see if she's saved a little, like which one of these athletes has saved a little bit in the tank to increase their pace on the pistols.
And it looks like Emma McQuaid is holding on to a much larger set here at the stop. You can see how high she's catching on those rings.
And she still looks great. Get a little bit of a Samantha Briggs vibe there.
Well, they do train together. They have prepped for this event together. And talking to her before this event, Emma McQuaid said a lot of effort went into refining her gymnastics, but not just when she's fresh, but under fatigue as well. And right now it's coming in handy as she is in a race with Emily Lundberg on the bottom right side of your screen, the green top and pants. Just a few reps to go.
And Emma McQuaid and Jacqueline Dahlström have actually pulled ahead, I think, of Emily Lundberg.
1 rep to go for McQuaid, and she is done with the muscle-ups and on to her final set of 30 single-leg squats.
Keeping the same pace that she did before, but she's so far ahead of everybody else. Here's Jacqueline Dahlström joining Emma McQuaid on the floor for the pistols as well. And Jacqueline Dahlström is faster, but how many reps did Emma McQuaid have?
It looked to be about 10 reps for McQuaid before Dahlström was able to get to the single leg squats. And now it's Thuri Helgadottir in lane number 2 has joined them. And you can see Emily Lundberg, who pulled ahead, maybe hit the NOS on the gas tank a little too soon in that second round, because she is struggling to get through her final rep as she gets it done now.
Yep, and it's exactly what we talked about, whether she was going to be able to hold on to those muscle ups. But on the left side of your bottom left side of your screen right now, Thuri Helgadottir, her cycling pace is very, very fast. Question is if it's going to be enough to catch up with Emma McQuaid. The answer is no.
Emma McQuaid, the first to the barbell. She puts her hands in the air, much to the delight of the crowd. It goes McQuaid on the barbell. She is first, followed by Jacqueline Dahlström. She's heading to the barbell as well. Your time to beat from the previous heat, Elisa Fuliano at 9:55. McQuaid has over a minute. Looks like that time is in danger.
Oh, it's going to go out the window real fast.
This crowd getting behind Emma McQuaid. Jacqueline Dahlström pouring it on late, but it's Emma McQuaid across the finish line, unofficially around 8:54.
And that's Jacqueline Dahlström.
Dahlström is in at 9:05. Both of those well ahead of the top time from Elisa Fuliano. And Thuri Helgadottir now, the next athlete on the barbell. Just a few reps remaining.
And she will beat Taylor Howe. Taylor Howe made it to the barbell a little bit later, but here's Thuri on her last rep.
And Thuri Helgadottir gets in 1 rep ahead of Taylor Howe. Helgadottir in at 9:29. That's good enough for 3rd in the event. And Howe at 9:34. That'll be good for 4th. So all 4 of the top times in this heat ahead of the previous time to be set in heat number 2 by Elisa Fuliano.
But how cool is it to see Taylor Howe do this well in an event like this with a lot of gymnastics?
Impressive improvement in her gymnastics side by Taylor Howe as we see Emily Lundberg, who was pushing for the top spot in this heat early on, but really just started to fade in that final round of muscle-ups.
So still on the floor is Katrin Tanja Davidsdottir, just finishing up her last muscle-ups.
And in lane 3 on the left side of your screen in the red pants, that's Marie Robin going head-to-head with Sola Sigurdardottir in lane number 6. And you can see in the far right of your screen in the back, Katrin Davidsdottir is at the back of this heat, still on her single-legged squats, and it's Sola, I believe, gets to the line just a second ahead of Marie Robin. Sola in at 10:36.07, Robin in at 10:37.95, and that's not something we're used to seeing there with Katrin being one of the final athletes on the floor.
No, and especially considering how fast she was out of the gate as well. She looked great to start with.
Aoife Burke is in from lane number 1. She crosses with a time out of 11:01.12.
Listen to the crowd getting behind Katrin Tanya now. You know she's probably a little bit upset right now. She's got to enjoy the fact that everybody in here just absolutely loves this woman.
About 40 seconds to the cap. Should be plenty of time for her to finish here, but nonetheless, probably not the finish that she was hoping for.
No.
And David's daughter finishes up her final reps, and she is in unofficially with a time of 11:39. And that's going to wrap things up here for this top women's heat. As you see, Katrin David's daughter getting a few words from her coach, Jami Tikkanen.
Not the event that she wanted, but if there's anybody out here capable of coming back after an event or after a performance like that, I think it is Katrin Tanya Davidsdottir.
But the top time and the win in the event goes to Emma McQuaid with just a tremendous performance across the board.
Well, it all started out, the way this whole thing panned out, if we have a look at it right now, was that Katrin Tanya Davidsdottir came out with just guns blazing. Emily Lundberg, however, was even faster coming out of the gate, and we were all wondering, is she going to be able to hold on to that at the same time as everybody else was taking a little bit easier on the first round? But then Emily Lundberg just started fighting it out on the muscle up. She was fast on the barbell before that, but when she got back to the rings, it was hard for her. At the same time as Emma McQuaid, she went fast, faster, and then just really, really fast at the end. At the same time as Lundberg had to relinquish her lead because she was stuck on the rings.
We had a little bit of a race-off on the final barbell between Emma McQuaid and Jacqueline Dahlstrom. And McQuaid goes unbroken and is able to get the win. You can see the crowd rallying behind her. And your overall results for event number 2, Emma McQuaid gets the win. And then the next 4 women are all from the top heat. Emma McQuaid is your winner, and she's down on the floor with Bibba Masdottir.
Emma, what a performance. Congratulations, your first event win. How does it feel?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely awesome. I did think I could have won this event, but just to execute it was awesome.
Talk me through the strategy. Like you did in the end of the workout, you did unbroken reps. Was that planned?
Yeah, the plan was to break 2 times on the first 2 sets and then unbroken on the last, but I actually failed my 3rd rep in the first round, so it ended up being 3 sets, but yeah, we got there in the end.
Did the crowd help?
Oh, I didn't even hear anything until the last round, so I didn't know.
First day done, tomorrow is the second day. What are you bringing in tomorrow, like in the competition?
Bringing the heat.
Well, let's go, thank you.
You can't not love that woman.
Oh, absolute pleasure to hear from. Thank you, Bibba. These are your overall results after event number 2, and that's going to wrap it up for the women. We're going to take a quick break here, but while we're gone, be sure to check out the newest CrossFit Games documentary, now in pre-sales on iTunes. Fittest on Earth Next Gen captures the amazing performances and personalities of the 2021 CrossFit Games. And just for you, here's a little sample.
I go to the gym. I go to the gym every single day. I treat my craft as a profession. I would argue the fact that I am just as professional, if not more, than another athlete that is going to a sport that has been around for hundreds of years. I dedicate my life to this.
The test at the CrossFit Games is everything. If you're going to make a claim of the fittest on earth, which is a massive claim, you have to make sure that that test is well thought out, well planned.
It's not about who's the toughest athlete, it's about who's the fittest. How can we throw this many events at people and still allow them to recover enough to really put the best foot forward?
To be a top-level athlete, it takes everything. You got to put that first over everything you're doing in your life.
You cannot part-time this. You have to dedicate your life to it. And even that may not be enough.
I don't think there's any reason why I can't win the CrossFit Games. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I could win.
A lot of things were going through my head. After birth, I still remember I could not walk downhill with the stroller. Now all of a sudden podium was realistic.
You've also got this development where you're starting to get these younger athletes.
Kids who have been doing CrossFit since they've been in elementary school.
Mal O'Brien, we saw her stare right in the face of the reigning women's champion and not blink.
The young, upcoming, new blood of the sport.
It's like if you want a shot at winning the games, this is where we take them. Like this has to be a W.
This year I came here to win.
Horvath now pulling even with Toomey. Garcia! Felder has it. Medeiros will stand it up.
So that was like a huge opportunity for me to come and try to get some points on him.
Drop yourself 20 spots, lose 60 points, you're out.
At that point, I wasn't concerned about my elbow. Like, I just wanted to finish the games.
It was the most exciting that I felt in a CrossFit event.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to win this.
4 seconds to go. Oh, no!
That's another one.
1 minute. Thirty seconds. Stand by. We are doing it! Heat 1 of event 2, Havisham. 3 rounds for time, 12 ring muscle ups, 30 alternating single-legged squats, and 9 hang snatches at 70 kilos for the gentlemen. This has a time cap of 12 minutes. First out onto the single leg alternating squats. Elliot Genny. Elliot Ginor moving on to his second round of 10. And Elliot is also out onto the hang snatches first. He'll be doing 9 of these, and then moving back to the rig. One more for Elliot Ginor. And that is a flyer of a first round, just under 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Elliot Ginor. Brian Hernandez hot on his heels. Followed by Daniel Camacho. We're all making our way back to the ring now. Come on, gentlemen. Out in front is Elliot Ginor. He finished 52nd in the quarterfinals. This is his first year at the semifinals. He finished 95th in quarterfinals last year. We also have Brian Hernandez. He finished 44th in the quarterfinals. He went to the games in 2019 as the Colombian national champion. to the bar now for his second round of 9 hang snatches. Can anybody in this field catch him? Brian Hernandez in 6, hot on his heels now. Here we go. Go Billy! Elliot Ginot making his way back now, the French firecracker on his way to the ring for his last set of 12 ring muscle-ups. Hot on his heels, Brian Hernandez. Jan Finkenberg looking strong on the hang snatches. We are halfway through our allotted time cap. Three reps left on that ring muscle-ups for Elliot Ginot. And he's back out onto the single-legged alternating squats. Let's get behind Bartek Lipka here on the hang snatches. Come on, Bartek! 3, 4, 5. Elliot Ginot and Brian Hernandez going single-legged squat for single-legged squat here. Last set of 10. No, he is done. He is on to his final round of 9 hang power snatches for Elliot Ginot. Brian Hernandez as well, also onto those hang snatches. We have just under 4 minutes left in the time cap. Jan Finkenberg off of his last round of ring muscle-ups. 2 reps left for Elliot Ginot, 1 left. And he is over the line to take the heat win! Brian Hernandez in 6, coming in 2nd in the heat. Just under 2.5 minutes left. Peterson onto his last set of hang snatches. Sorry, correcting my earlier statement, we are now 2.5 minutes left in the time cap. Yeah, over the line, Marius Tingler Pedersen. Jan Arne Finkenberg. 2 reps to go. And he's over the line. We are coming up to the last 90 seconds in the time cap. Let's get behind these athletes for their last 90 seconds, come on! Sammy Wright and Daniel Camacho taking their place at the bar. 70 seconds left. $60 seconds. Two left for Daniel Camacho. 1 left. And he is over. 40 seconds left. Sammy Wright also coming in for the finish. We have Bartek Lipka with 30 seconds left in the time cap. Let's get behind him and get every rep out. Come on. 20 seconds. Seconds remain. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Let's make loads of noise for our athletes in Heat 1.
One heat down, 2 remain as the male athletes get set to make their way through event number 2. Thanks for joining us here at Strength and Depth. Tommy Marquez alongside Mads Jacobson. Bibba Masdottir joining us from the floor. And in event 2, we're going to get up on the rig a little bit for an event we call Havisham, presented by Arasti.
Well, we are. It's 3 rounds per time of 12 ring muscle-ups, followed by 30 alternating single-legged squats, then followed by 9 hang power snatches at 70 kilos for the men. There's a 12-minute time cap.
And this event taking inspiration from the classic CrossFit workout Nasty Girls and your recipe for success, presented by Trifecta.
Well, it is, first of all, gut grip. As long as you have it, keep knocking out those reps, whether that be on the barbell or on the rings. As soon as you don't, break it, but a fast break, because there is no time to lose.
Your Heat 2 lane assignments for event number 2. Some athletes that did very well in that first event, but one that you've got your eye on, starting with an athlete based here in the UK.
Well, I think we can't not look at Zach George. Zach George he did great in the first event, which Reggie Fossa. Let's have a look at him as well, because both of these two British gentlemen did great, Reggie did great in the first event because he paced himself a lot better than we've seen before. So I'm looking forward to seeing him in an event that I think is more in his wheelhouse.
And then
I'm also looking forward to Zach George, however, because I think this is also something that I would typically say that he's going to be doing great at. That being said, I think he did great in the first event as well.
Zach George in 8th overall after that first event. As Heat 2 gets ready.
Just look at that powerhouse.
And Heat 2 is underway as we get a look at lane number 5. Simon Mentele.
And this is an event that I think would also be good for him. Look at the technique, just very relaxed on the rings. Now, you did point this out the last time, and it is a very valid point. First round, maybe not indicative of who's going to do the best in this event.
We saw in an earlier heat, most of the athletes went unbroken in this first round of 12 muscle-ups, so really going to depend on who has the strength endurance for these gymnastics in the later rounds.
Exactly, and a good game plan as well. I mean, there may be a point to be made about just taking a fast break on those muscle-ups.
As you see, Zach George, Reggie Fossa, Simon Mentele. Mentele.
Yep.
But to get that. First 3 athletes off of the rings as the entirety of the second men's heat joins them on the single-legged squats.
Reggie Fossa here looking good. Just shifting from one side to the other, looking very relaxed, driving out of the bottom. A little bit of a wider stance as we talked about before, kind of shifting his weight from left to right.
You see on the right, on the left-hand side of your screen.
That's Christoph Horvath. And Christoph Horvath, the taller athlete. I mean, the alternating pistol's probably not the thing he wanted the most when he woke up this morning.
I was going to say, you know, one of the athletes that maybe gymnastics aren't necessarily in his wheelhouse, but this is an event that could ultimately dictate how his weekend goes. You see a handful of athletes on the barbell already in the bottom right corner of your screen in the pink-purple top. That is Ludwig Hansen. He was one of the top finishers, 5th overall coming into this event. And we have Reggie Fossa on the left, Georgios Karabas in lane number 9 on your right. Karabas is done. I believe him and Hansen are the first 2 athletes jogging their way back to the rig to start round 2.
Exactly, and this is when things get really interesting, because this is when you find out whether they started too hard or not. And I mean, Georgios Karabas just got right back on the rings like it was nobody's business. I love that snappy dip from Ludwig Hansen, though.
You can see him kind of bring his heels together to be nice and compact for that kip out of the dip.
Yep.
Karabas is already through 8 ring muscle-ups in this second round, and it looks like he may go unbroken here.
He's flirting with disaster on those dips, however, just extending when he's almost on the way back down. So it's gonna be interesting to see on the last ones, but fast circling through. But his pistols were what really kind of got him ahead on the last one. He's very fast transitions from one side to the other.
And Zach George holding on for a big set on his ring muscle-ups. That last dip was close, but he holds on to go unbroken.
Ludwig Hansson joining Zach George out there on the pistols.
And as we've seen in previous heats, particularly with the women, that second round of ring muscle-ups is where we see some athletes start to make a move. But like with Emily Lundberg in the top women's heat, you don't want to empty the tank too quick because there's still plenty of work after this.
Oh, there's a lot of work. Look at Georgios Karavis right here. He's still going pretty fast, especially if you compare to the two people who are currently chasing him in this heat.
Karavis on the right-hand side of your screen. He is your leader, followed closely behind by Ludwig Hansson in the pink top on the left and Zach George on the right.
So this is going to be interesting. Georgios Karavis is making his way onto the barbells now at the same time as we're looking at Zach George and Ludwig Hansson now on the right side of your screen. How is he going to divide these? Are he going to go unbroken, or is he going to chop it up into two sets?
And you see Karavis doing a kind of a quick rebound out of the bottom in that hang power snatch, kind of bouncing it off the thighs, keeping that torso nice and upright.
And that saves him a lot of energy on his hamstrings and his lower back as well.
And Hansson is the second to the barbell, the bottom of your screen. Zach George is done with his 30 single-legged squats, and he's going to join Hansson on the barbell as Georgios Karavis in the back part of your screen, all the way in lane number 9. He's going to be the first athlete walking back to the rig for the third and final round of muscle-ups.
Unbroken on the snatches, that's impressive.
Karavis went unbroken on the second round of muscle-ups. We'll see what he has left in the tank for this third round.
Oh, I like to see this. If he can hold on to that and really utilize the momentum in the bottom of his muscle-ups, that's going to serve him very, very well.
And you mentioned kind of the short breaks in this workout based on the grip. Karavis walks right to the rig, no hesitation, hops right up, and I mean, he's already through 9 reps.
I mean, if you feel really comfortable, if you feel really confident, and you know that you have a large amount of these in, no problem, then obviously don't break it.
And Karavis holding on for that final rep, had to take a little extra second to get that dip, goes unbroken. It looks like 3 for 3 unbroken sets of 12 on the muscle-ups, and he has built himself a sizable lead.
Well, both going unbroken on the muscle-ups, that really helps, but also just the way he's cycling through these pistols.
Zach George on the rings on the left-hand box. He is in second, followed close behind by Ludwig Hansson in the pink top on your left.
Both taking a bit of a breather right now, at the same time as there's no breaths to be taken here from Georgios Karavis.
Karavis chasing down the top time from the previous heat by Elliot Ganin. That's 8:21. Got a little bit over 1.5 minutes to go, and barring a disaster, it looks like we may have a new time to beat by Georgios Karavis.
Well, Georgios has been holding on to the bar, just went unbroken on the last set. I'm imagining he's going to do the same thing on this last set.
Karavis is done, and he's heading back to the barbell, where if you see those other athletes, they are a round behind. He is dangerously close to lapping some athletes in this heat.
So here we go, last 9 reps. Let's see if he can maintain that bounce out of the top of his thigh. Slightly wider stance. Nice.
A few more reps to go for Georgios Karavis, who came into this event in 11th overall. Remember, we're gonna reseed after the end of the day, so a top time and a top performance from Georgios Karavis should move him into the final heat as he crosses the finish line. The top time that we have seen thus far. And Ludwig Hansson now making his way to the barbell in his final set of hang snatches. He has put some distance between himself and Zach George in the race for second. Just to note, Karavis crossed the line at 7:43.84.
Ludwig doing a great job of setting himself up for tomorrow, though.
Ludwig Hansen already had a top 5 finish in that first event. Being towards the top half of this heat should be another strong finish for him. He's across time of 8:31.15, so won't beat Elliot Ganin's top time from the previous heat, but as it stands right now is the 4th fastest time we've seen thus far. And Reggie Fossa making a push towards his final barbell. George and Fossa back to the barbell at the same time. Who's gonna hold on? 2 UK athletes going rep for rep here.
Oh, fast.
And George puts the barbell down and opens the door for Reggie Fossa, making a furious push at the back end of this workout. Fossa's across. 3rd place in the heat, in with a time of 9:13. A tremendous push from Fossa there to overtake George.
I am so impressed by Reggie Fossa. He's pacing himself so much better than we've seen him do in the past.
Zach George gets across. He's in with a time of 9:24.76. And now Dimitris Fotiu and I believe Simon Mentele are the next 2 athletes on the barbell. And that's Dimitris Fotiu in lane 7, right side of your screen with the green shirt. Simon Mentele on the left-hand side with the all-black top and black shorts. And just to the right of Fotiu, I believe that's Marcus Eriksson making a push. You can see him on the gray shorts, right-hand edge of your screen there. And Eriksson finishes up, and him and Mentele cross about the same time.
I think Simon Mentele, actually slid his foot in before, just this baseball slide and stole the base.
And that puts him just ahead of Eriksson. Mentele in with 10:21, Eriksson 10:22. So that last little effort at the finish line gets him across. Dimitris Fotiu struggling with these final few reps. Fotiu is in. And now the final few athletes on the floor. I believe that's Jan Matiaska in lane number 10. He's done.
And well, Christoph Horvath in the middle of your screen right now. And I gotta say, I feel for the big man.
Yeah, a lot of range of motion there on those single-legged squats. Alexander Pinsolet in lane number 6, trying to bang out his final few reps on the snatch. And he's in just ahead of the cap. And as we close in on the 12-minute time cap, just a few seconds in for Christoph Horvath as he tries to get as much work done. And you can just see those long arms and the range of motion he has on that movement. As we cross the 12-minute time cap, and we are done for heat number 2. And your winner of this heat, setting the top time so far, Georgios Karavis.
And Georgios Karavis, I mean, what really set him apart was he was fast on his muscle-ups. He went unbroken. After that, he went on to the pistols. His pistols were just really, really fast and methodical. And when he got onto the barbell, we were asking ourselves a question, is he going to be able to hold on or not? He held on, went unbroken, got back on the rings, unbroken again, and that set him up for success. And once he got to the last barbell, once again, I was wondering, is he going to be able to hold on to that? The answer was yes, sir. Georgios Karavis held on to that barbell. He just held on to that great pace he had all the way and looked pretty effortless as he trotted across the line.
Karavis in with a time of 7:43. These are your top 5 from this second heat. And you have to think at 7:43 that time might hold up the rest of the way. But we're going to take a quick break here. Heat 2 is done. When we come back, the top men's heat, heat number 3, will take their turn at event number 2. Final heat of the day here on day number 1 of the CrossFit Strength and Depth. Thanks for joining us here at the Excel London Arena, beautiful London, England. Tommy Marquez alongside Mads Jacobsen, Bibba Mastader. And here are your standings overall for the men after an event 1, and it's Heinrich Haapalainen with an impressive performance in that long, grindy endurance event to steal 100 points. But behind him, a handful of new names showing up in the top 5 overall.
I know, you gotta love that, right?
We'll get a vastly different test than we did to start the day. Event 2 for the men, Havisham, presented by Arasti.
It is 3 rounds for time, 12 ring muscle-ups, 30 alternating single-legged squats, then followed by 9 hang power snatches. Men will be using 70 kilos. There's a 12-minute time cap for the event.
And your recipe for success, Mads, presented by Trifecta.
Well, I think it's got grip. As long as you have grip, you should keep on moving, both on the rings and on the barbell. If you need to break, that takes us on to the second little tip of the day, which is fast breaks. Don't get caught up in what you want to do, which is rest a long time. Get caught up in what you need to do, which is rest but a short time.
And these are your lane assignments for the third and final heat of men. Your overall leader coming in, Heinrich Haapalainen, is lane number 3. But a fellow countryman in lane number 5 is someone you have your eye on, in Joona Koski.
Exactly, Joona Koski. I mean, this is an event that typically favors him. Depending on how his knees are doing, he's going to be really, really fast. Muscle up shouldn't be a problem. Pistol shouldn't be a problem either, and the barbell really shouldn't either. So I think Joona Koski is going to do well. That being said, Georgios Karavis did an amazing job in the previous heat.
And the final heat is underway here to wrap things up on day number 1. It's CrossFit Strength in Depth. And these athletes up on the rig, as you see Willie George making his way through his first set of 12 ring muscle-ups.
And Willie George, I mean, he's just one of he's a great athlete. I'm happy to see him out here again, hopefully healthy. But he does look a little bit tense coming into that dip into the press out.
Yeah, so Willie had to skip last season because of shoulder surgery. I caught up with him at Wodapalooza when he was competing on a team, and he said he felt mostly back, but has some trouble finding where he is in space in some of these more complex movements. So you have to think that maybe the muscle-ups, the snatches, are something that's on his mind coming into the weekend.
Absolutely, and it's not unreasonable that end range would be something that you kind of need to find after an operation like the one here, or a surgery that he had. So I mean, I'm happy to see him take it a little bit easy. That being said, he wasn't slow in any way, shape, or form either.
See Heinrich Haapalainen on the left-hand side. Guillaume Briand from CrossFit HFS on the right side of your screen with the white top, knee sleeves, and black shorts.
Now, we have said in the past that it's not about who's the fastest one out of the gate, but Georgios Karavis proved us wrong. It's like, you can be the first and just hold on to it as well.
Karavis set a time that all of these athletes will be hard-pressed to chase. But so far, it's Guillaume Briand first to the barbell, followed closely behind by Joona Koski. Briand, one of the surprise stories on the individual side for the men out of quarterfinals.
It is. I haven't seen him compete before, so this is I feel great. I'm happy to be able to see him now. He does take a break. It is a fast break, and I think this is smart. It's what I'd like to see from him at this point. That, at the same time, Joona Koski goes unbroken on his snatches and casually strolls back toward the rings.
Briand finished 9th in Europe in the quarterfinals. He finished 12th a year ago at the Lowlands Throwdown, so hoping to maybe crack the top 10 and push for a game spot this season. As we have a handful of athletes back to the rig now for their second set of 12 ring muscle-ups. Joona Koski on the right side of your screen with the backwards hat and looks like a navy blue top. And then the two athletes that are chasing him are to his left. You see Guillaume Briand just behind Koski on the rig. On the other side of Briand, Heinrich Haapalainen as well. So good to see Haapalainen pushing for the top. of this heat after a strong performance in event 1.
Yeah, and as he said before, he comes into the season with a lot of confidence, Haapalainen. I mean, he did great at the games, he did great in Dubai, he did great at the Rogue Invitational. He's gotten a lot of experience under his belt as well in a lot of different programmings, different kinds of events. So, I mean, he's got to be really confident. But Guillaume, I mean, you got to love this. He was jogging back to the rig, got onto the rings immediately, whereas everybody else was kind of like, let's take it easy, let's see what this costs.
And he jogged to the single-legged squats, which is impressive, jogging into a lower body movement. Guillaume Briand in the tan shirt on the left side of your screen. He is your leader, followed closely behind by Joona Koski. Just to his right, on the other side of Koski, you saw Willie George starting to make his way to these single-legged squats. And we are just past about halfway to Georgios Karavis' time of 7:43, and we didn't see Karavis slow up one bit so far. These athletes are going to be flirting with that top time overall.
Yeah, I mean, Georgios Karavis was going faster on his pistols than pretty much all of these guys are.
Briand enters the event in 10th overall. As I mentioned in a previous heat, we are going to reseed, so another strong performance would keep him in this top heat for the entirety of day number 2.
And it's always great because it allows you to kind of see how everybody else in the previous heats do, or how they do on their events, and also kind of keep an eye on your competition. So this is where Koski made his move last time and went unbroken, and Guillaume, he broke it up in 2 smaller sets.
And again, Briand breaks on the barbell, and Koski holding on. It looks like he's going to go unbroken, as Joona Koski now pulls into the overall lead and starts to make his way back to the rig for the 3rd and final round of 12 ring muscle-ups.
I would love to see Joona just go a little bit faster, because depending on whether Guillaume has kind of saved a little bit in the tank, he may actually be able to catch up with him. He was jogging back on the last one, and now he starts jogging again, and he got right on the rings, whereas Joona was kind of taking a bit of a breather.
And Joona Koski 9th overall after that first event, looking to make up some ground. I misspoke earlier, said that he was the top-ranked athlete coming in from quarterfinals. He was actually 2nd behind Willie George.
Yeah.
My apologies to Willie. But Koski already has an impressive resume at the games with multiple top 10 finishes.
I mean, just have a look at that. 2014, he was 32nd. 2015, he was 9th. 16, 40th. 17, 19, 20, 21. It's just all those games appearances, and he's not old.
He's 27.
He's 27 years old. He's got a bunch of years left in him. So, but both Guillaume and Joona Koski take a breather right now. They have breaking up the set. And remember, Georgios Karavis did not break anything.
It should be mentioned that 40th place from Koski as a result of him withdrawing. So not necessarily based on performance. He won the swim event that year. He finished 40th and then promptly withdrew. So the time to beat, 7:43 from Georgios Karavis, and it's looking like he might hold on here as Guillaume Briand and Joona Koski get to the final round of 30 single leg squats, nearly identical. Something to keep in mind, the last round, they got to the barbell about the same time. Koski was able to go unbroken.
Yep.
If you're an athlete like Guillaume Briand, do you maybe risk it on that last barbell? Do you maybe have a little bit left in the tank, saving it in those first few rounds?
I think he has to. I think he has to go unbroken on the last ones. It didn't look like he needed to break. It looked like he decided to break.
And you can see on the right-hand side of your screen the pace that Willie George is holding on his single-legged squats, much faster than the rest of the field, and he is starting to make up some ground.
And he has been looking very strong on that barbell. Oh, Willie George, you're making a move. I love this.
Willie George, just a few years ago, a top 10 athlete at the games. We haven't seen him there at the top of the sport since 2019. And it's going to be close.
I think we're going to see a lot more from Willie George. As we say that, Guillaume is casually strolling to the barbell.
All 3 athletes.
But Willie George.
All 3 athletes to the final barbell. Left to right, Guillaume Briand, Joona Koski, Willie George, the first to approach the barbell. wasting no time getting his hands, and he's looking comfortable with that weight.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to get Georgios Karavis' top time, so he will get the win. But they are in a race for second now. And Willie George overtakes for the second spot overall in this event. A wonderful push by the Frenchman, and he gets to the mat unofficially with a time of 8:05.34. Guillaume Brandt, who was towards the front this entire time, he settles for second in the heat, third overall at 8:08, with Koski right behind him at 8:14.
I have got to say, I love this. This makes my heart so happy to see Willie George go out there and perform the way he does right now. The door, however, was opened by Guillaume and Koski by taking it a little bit easy on the pistols.
Andre Houdet is in, Elliot Simmons is in, as more athletes start to finish this final round. Alex Katoulis, he was in the top 10 coming in to this event. He is in, and now we have to start to factor in times from the first heat. Elliot Gonin with 8:21.
And both and Henrik Haapalainen just finished up right now. And also we look at Tommaso Pieri. He's still out there on the floor. He had a great first event, but this is going to set him back a little bit.
So Pieri and Haapalainen both top 3 coming into this event towards the back half of this heat. As you see in lane 1, Antoine Dumaine starting to catch up to Pieri. He's got to get his hands on the barbell, otherwise Dumaine might be able to steal a few points. And in lane 9, PD Savage, he gets across just about at the same time as Antoine Dumaine. And the final athlete on the floor, Tommaso Pieri. 1 rep remains. And he's in just under the 10-minute mark. And that's gonna close things out for this top men's heat. But it's Willie George. Makes an amazing push in that final round, and he let Jonne Koski and Guillaume Briant battle it out for most of the way, but he sneaks into the finish line first.
It was just and the way he did it as well. I mean, he was just taking it easy on the muscle ups, and then a little bit later when he got to the pistols, I mean, he did a great job. Loved the composure throughout the entire event.
And the overall win in the event goes to Georgios Karavis from an earlier heat. Willie George will settle for second, followed closely behind by Guillaume Briant for third.
So let's have a look at how this all went. I mean, as we started, we were all looking at Guillaume Briant and Jonne Koski, and they were kind of going blow by blow, back and forth by, okay, so this is mine, this is yours, changing the leading of the heat. But right behind him throughout the entire thing, we had Willie George just lurking. You see him in the background here as they're kind of going up at it on the snatches. Cruising back comfortably. Everybody thought Willie George is out of it. It's going to be between you and I, buddy. And there, Jonne Koski was looking at Guillaume. Guillaume was looking at Jonne Koski. Then they got to the pistols, however. And what they didn't know was that Willie George had been playing possum and just went so much faster on the pistols. So the one when they got to the barbell, it was up for grabs. He just accelerated throughout those repetitions. Fast turnaround on the elbows. Got a great finish.
A great push from Willie George should catapult him up the leaderboard. Strong performance from Willie, and he is down on the floor now with Bibba Masdottir.
Willie, I just asked you how you felt, and you said, good, it's just getting started. Are you ready for this weekend?
Yeah, I'm ready, way ready. Honestly, it's like I'm waiting that since 2 years. So last year, I was in my bed just watching semifinal. I was, okay, in 1 year, you have to be back and to show what you can do. So 1 year after, it's like, okay, you're doing well, but as I said, it's just the beginning, so I have to focus on the next event. And for the moment, it's only 2 events, so nothing is, we have to wait until the end.
What record are you like especially excited for?
For this event?
Yeah, for the weekend.
Exciting to be back in London, because 3 years ago I did this competition and I had some issues, so I had to withdraw after 2 events. So I knew it's going to be a good event in London. So England community is amazing, like maybe just as amazing as French community, but not better, of course. And it's it's really impressive to see all these people here crying for us. So it's really nice. Really happy to be there.
You got injured. How is it to be back on the competition floor?
Oh, it's so cool. Yeah. It's just amazing because my first competition was in Dubai. I was not really ready. I was something like 85%. So now I hope to be at 100%. And just to be back, it's incredible. 1 year ago, if you told me that, I was no bullshit. I can't do that. So it's really amazing. I had some really bad moments. Honestly, I really want to quit a lot of time. So I'm really happy to be back.
It's good to have you here, Willie, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
So good to see Willie George back on the competition floor. Day 1 is done, and here's what is in store for day 2 here at CrossFit Strength in Depth. The teams will lead things off with event number 3. We'll flip-flop the order. The men will be first on the individual side, followed by the women, and we will rinse and repeat for event number 4 to close out day 2. Your overall standings, sorry, for the women, your overall standings after 2 events. And it's Emma McQuaid behind an event win in that second event to move up into a tie for points overall with Jacqueline Dahlstrom and Thuri Helgadottir.
It is a 3-way tie at the top, and I think they're interesting. It's interesting all together because we were wondering if Emma McQuaid was going to be able to kind of come into her own. I think she did. The way she did it as well, just very relaxed, very composed. I think we've got a lot to see from her. Jacqueline Dahlstrom, I love the tenacity that she's coming out. She's fighting for it. I like that. Thuri, once again, just kind of flew under the radar, didn't really look at it, and then it's like, oh, there she is. It's just what Thuri does. But let's just talk about Samantha Briggs, currently sitting in 4th. 40-year-old, last outing. She's trying to get to the games, and there she is. So yeah, and then Solveig Sigurdottir.
Tremendous performance from the top 5. Nicole here, Elisa Fuliano holding on to some last chance qualifier spots. For team standings and women results, they're still updating those, but for all official results, head on over to games.crossfit.com. Day 1 is done. A quick reset for day number 2. We got 2 more events in store for you tomorrow. Thank you all for tuning in on behalf of myself, Mads Jacobson, Bibba Mastodder, and our entire crew here at Strength in Depth. Thanks for tuning in, and we will see you guys tomorrow.